hold departure, kung ano man yon, na inilabas ng Bureau of Immigration ay in place. This will not counter the recent Supreme Court Balag versus Senate case, because the Balag case refers to detention. Sir, you are not under detention. You are not being deprived of liberty. What you are asking from this committee is to be issued a certification relative to a previous case. And that was during the 18th Congress. And I refer that directly to the Farmally case. So, tama po kayo, ibang kaso po yun, iba naman pong kaso ngayon, pero ang sabi lang po ng ilang kasamahan ko sa Blue Ribbon, baka kailanganin din ang inyong presensya at nagpapasalamat ako sa inyong pagdalo ngayon sa mga pagdinig ng Blue Ribbon ukol sa usapin ng laptop. Therefore, I complied the opinion and certification and clearance that you are asking from me cannot be issued today because I have to refer this to the better judgment of the majority members of the Blue Ribbon Committee. So, Mr. Secretary, you are directed to draft a letter, the gist coming from my statement, addressed to Attorney Lau, as well as you are directed to coordinate with the various offices of the members of this committee to find out their collective decision. So ordered.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair?
I hear, Senator De La Rosa.
Yes, point of clarification, Mr. Chair. Following your guidance and instructions, does it mean that in every phase of the investigation, we are given that 5-minute round of questioning? So, for the pre-bid phase of the investigation, our 5-minute allowed questioning is limited to pre-bid only. No other issues to be taken
Your
up.
Honor. So we can approach the issues sequentially, Your Honor. But I forgot to mention, in case there is a member of the Blue Ribbon who is absent, or who will not ask a question or questions, I will be privileged to provide you the allocated time of the non-questioning member. So, for instance, if Senator X is not present, or if Senator X will not ask questions, Senator X's allocated time of 5 minutes will be given to Senator Y. And until we have concluded everything. And that would probably total more than your allocated 5 minutes. For all you know, Senator De La Rosa, Your Honor, at the end of the day, you might have all the time here if there are no senators asking questions. We have just flashed on the screen for the information of my colleagues the letter of Yusek Lau, former Yusek Lau. Paki-flash ulit, as mentioned. And ayun po, this was received by my office last week. So, Attorney Lau, nasa kamay na po yan ng mga miyembro ng Blue Ribbon Committee kung ano po yung magiging desisyon. I hope you understand that, and I, again, differentiate that from detention orders, which will expire, be coterminous with an existing Congress, because you are not being deprived of your liberty, or you are not detained. I hope that is clear. So we now proceed, and
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Although you have flashed the letter, this representation cannot read the letter.
Your Honor, we have sent individual letters, copies, to your office.
Wala pa po kaya nga, wala pa po sa amin, so kaya nga mabuti yan. Ayan, at least
Yes.
pinalaki. So well, okay, Mr. Chairman, just manifestation. from this representation, the family investigation led to the physical detention, di ba? Arrest of some people,
You're correct.
and they have been released.
You're correct.
Yes, so
I
think the letter makes sense. So subject to the decision of the entire body, but
I referred a while ago to the Balag case. The Balag case specifically referred to physical detention, while the request of our former USEC refers to his right to travel, perhaps abroad. This has nothing to do with the right to travel within the Philippines, but he's planning to go to another jurisdiction. So that has been referred to the committee. So kayo na po yung magde-decide nun, Your Honor. I was anticipating a meeting yesterday, but since yesterday was a holiday, hindi po tayo nakapag-meeting. We should have had an executive session, but we circulated a letter for referendum today. It's in your office. I'm very sure of that, Your Honor. Baka nagkasalisi o hindi ka nakabukas ng iyong mga liham.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cayetano is right.
Mr. Chairman, just on the same point, let me support you in finishing today's hearing before making a decision. And may I ask our colleagues to start scanning, or at least yung staff nila, yung 121-page na letter ng COA sa DBM-PS. Because after reading that, I am sure you will not want the hold order or or you would not want anyone involved in the DBM-PS that is found in the COA report to be traveling outside the jurisdiction of the country. So let me support you that let's go through this hearing, and then afterwards we will submit to the wisdom of both the chairman and of the body.
We note the manifestation of. Who is? Can you? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Is that Senator Ejercito? Sino po yung nagsasalita? We recognize you, Attorney Lau. Although you have yet to take your oath. Yes. We permit you to say something.
I would just like to manifest. I'm no longer the PS-DBM Executive Director regarding the DepEd laptops. So I am requesting if I may be excused on the hearing because I'm no longer the Executive Director as of May 1.
We note that,
So
we note that, Attorney Lau, but in our files there were documents allegedly signed while you were still the PS-DBM head. Is that clear? Sandali lang to. Nakita mo naman yung consequential na ginagawa ko. So again, thank you, Mr. Attorney Lau. Again, I reiterate. Unahin po natin yung pre-bid stage. Stage 2, we go to bid and award. And then stage 3, we go to the implementation and its effects. Para po klaro tayo. And then, the resource persons should likewise be guided by that consequential questioning. So kung merong gusto mag-CR sa inyo, meron lumabas, hindi pa kayo kasali, feel free to do so. Mr. Secretary, can we now administer the oath to all our resource persons? Yes. Maya siguro, Sec, as they go along na lang, unahin natin yung nauna. But go ahead now, para mabilis tayo.
Your Honor, additional names of those who arrived late. Attorney Bong Bernas of VST, ECS Philippines. Director Abram Abanil, Ad hoc Member, Special Bids and Awards. Committee, Mr. Niro Bolante, BAC Technical Working Group, DepEd. Executive Director Dennis Santiago of PS-DBM. Mrs. Rosa Maria Clemente of PhilJeps, Mr. Ulysses Mora, Special BAC Committee PS-DBM. Yun lang. And the last two, Your Honors, are Mr. Vic Anthony Tubon, Vice Chairperson, Special Beards and Awards Committee 1, PS-DBM, Engineer Marwan Amil, Provisional Member, and then Back Secretariat, Ms. Rowena Inocentes. That is all, Your Honor.
Go ahead. Maybe as the General Counsel to administer the oath, can you all rise? The resource persons mentioned now and mentioned a while ago, so that we can expedite the proceedings. The legal counsels are not expected to take their oaths because you are just the legal counsel. You are not expected to say something here. You will just advise your clients here. Pakitaas po inyong kanang kamay.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding. Thank you, sir.
Be seated. We start with the first to file a resolution. I think in the order of filing, it's Senator Coco Pimentel. You have 10 minutes. You can use that for an opening statement or for direct questioning following the guidance coming from this chair. Senator Pimentel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will just use the time to make an opening statement because the questioning will follow the testimony or the statement of our resource persons. So first of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman of the Blue Ribbon Committee, for immediately setting a hearing on my resolution and on Senator Cayetano, Allan Cayetano's resolution regarding another serious concern with regard to our government procurement. Kaya nga si Mr. Lau should still be present because I have the memorandum of agreement before me, and the signatories are, yun ba rito ang signatories? Ano? Dati. Signatories here are Secretary Briones and Yusek Lau. Pakita mo sa akin page. So I have filed the proposed Senate Resolution number 120 for the Senate to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the alleged overpriced and outdated laptops procured by the Department of Education through the procurement service of the Department of Budget and Management. This transaction has been flagged by the Commission on Audit in the signature page in its latest 2021 annual audit report for the Department of Education. This is with the end in view of identifying accountability, if any, on the part of our government officials involved in this procurement. Unfortunately, nandiyan na naman ang pangalang PS-DBM, and to make changes to our procurement laws and processes if also necessary, and this is the in aid of legislation part. The COA report concluded that the DepEd settled and agreed to the price and technical specifications of an entry-level type laptop provided by the PS-DBM. It found that the adjustments made on the said procurement resulted in pricey computer laptops with low-end processor, which decreased the number of intended beneficiaries from 68,500 public school teachers to 39,583. So the question I asked, and we should all ask, is why? Why? Bakit nagkaganon? So siguro the opening statements of the former secretary, maybe the undersecretaries involved, the committee members involved, the PS-DBM should answer that basic question. It is imperative for the DepEd and the PS-DBM to explain the basis for the change in the unit price from 35,046 pesos and 50 centavos to 58,300 pesos. And the number of laptop units, ulitin ko, from 68,500 beneficiaries sana, reduced to 39,583 public school teachers. be procured by the PS-DBM. And the subsequent approval and acceptance of the DepEd of these laptops that are not in accordance with its budget and its original technical specifications. Yan ang mabigat na tanong eh. To the detriment of our public school teachers and their students. We must remember that a competitive public bidding aims to protect the public interest by giving the public the best possible advantages through open competition. It is a mechanism that enables the government agency to avoid or preclude anomalies in the execution of public contracts. The Supreme Court, in a long line of cases, has time and again declared that the law on public bidding is not an empty formality. It aims to secure the lowest possible price and obtain the best bargain for the government. It is based on the principle that under ordinary circumstances, fair competition in the market tends to lower prices and eliminate favoritism. Ayan, dito tayo papasok ngayon sa identity ng mga suppliers, Mr. Chairman, the winners. One of the governing principles of our government procurement is the system of accountability, where both the public officials, directly or indirectly involved in the procurement process, as well as in the implementation of procurement contracts, and the private parties that deal with the government are, when warranted by circumstances, investigated and held liable for their actions relative thereto. So, Mr. Chairman, we basically want to check whether the procurement law and rules were followed and complied with or ignored by the PS-DBM and the DepEd when it conducted the bidding process for the said project, which is worth billions of people's money. Mga 2.4 billion pesos po ito. It is a cardinal rule on fiscal responsibility that all resources of the government shall be managed, expended, or utilized in accordance with law and regulations, and safeguarded against loss or wastage through illegal or improper disposition to ensure efficiency, economy, and effectiveness in the operations of our government. So, Mr. Chairman, basic observations here is that we have minimum, may minimum, so siguro we should also have a direct dictionary available in the Blue Ribbon Committee. We have minimum detailed technical specifications. Minimum na, technical pa. So if a processor has a minimum technical specification of 1.9 gigahertz base speed, as the order of the procuring agency, the agency which needs the equipment, can that be complied by a 1.8 gigahertz base speed laptop? So ito po yung mga basic na tanong. Aside from COA's observation that the transfer of the 2.4 from DepEd to PS-DBM also lacked the necessary documentary support. So hindi po kompleto yung documentation nito paglipat. Yung pagbili pa may utos. Ahente lang po yung rito PS-DBM is an agent of the DepEd in procuring the laptops, and the agent has very specific instructions. Annex A, I'm looking at Annex A, unless DepEd can, DepEd and PS-DBM can destroy or demolish this Annex A, Annex to a February 11, 2021 letter signed by Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones, addressed to Secretary Wendell E. Avisado of the DBM with the caption, attention, under Secretary Lloyd Christopher A. Lau, Procurement Service. May Annex A po Minimum, may minimum na word, meron pang detailed technical specifications. So, and then among others, no, among others, and another question would be, how long has this been going? This practice of forming joint ventures, unincorporated, and ang question ko is maybe unregistered joint ventures. Unregistered with the SEC, because the joint venture is, if it is not incorporated as an independent company, it becomes a partnership. Under our government system, I think the partnerships are registered with the SEC. So how long has this practice been ongoing? And then who's liable when there is an issue like this or an instance like this where although there may be compliance on paper, was it really a legal and technical compliance of the procurement, di ba? Who becomes liable now? So when has this been when has this practice started, and what is the legal basis of this practice?
The gentleman has 1 minute.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and I've noticed in this joint venture with 3 parties, one is a construction company, one is an IT company, and one may be a trader. So ganun po ang nangyayari. This should be well ventilated, well discussed, and well investigated in this investigation, Mr. Chairman. Kasi baka yung isa hawak niya yung goods. Ano yung iba? Ano yung isa ron? Tulay? Calling card? Ano yun? Lisensya? Susi? May hawak ng susi. So what is happening now? Pahiram ng credentials. I have the money, you have the laptops, I have the connection. Ganun ba yun? Kaya naging tripartite joint venture. So all of these things, Mr. Chairman, I hope na lumabas dito sa ating investigation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I end my opening statement.
Thank you to the good sponsor of Senate Resolution 120. Thank you, Senator Pimentel. Now we'll have the opening statement of the sponsor of Senate Resolution 134, Senator Allan Peter Cayetano. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Jeremiah is a prophet who is respected by Christians, Jews, and Muslims alike. And he said that, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." Speaking the Spirit of God, He's telling us na maganda plano sa atin. Pero may condition po yon kung susunod tayo sa kalooban ng Diyos. Dahil ang demonyo may plano din po para sa atin. So I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity to hear this issue, because if we go to a second verse, next slide please. Proverbs 29:2, sabi po doon, when the righteous are praised, the people will rejoice, but when the ungodly rule, men mourn. Sobra na po ang pag-iiyak at pagluluksa ng ating kababayan sa COVID, sa taas ng presyo, sa mga problema. I'm happy to see former Secretary Liling Briones here today, ma'am. You know you are one of my favorite people in this world. You have spent your life making sure hindi mabaon sa utang ang Pilipinas at magamit ng tama yung budget in and out of government. So let me start by saying there is no allegation, and I have not heard any allegation, I saw you on TV, of corruption on your part. Having said that, syempre ma'am, you are not the whole department. So I'm happy you're here, and I hope that the present DepEd officials are also here. Are they here, Mr. Chairman? Are there present DepEd officials here?
They
Yes.
were recognized.
Thank you for being here today. So let me just give an overview, and then tama po yung sinabi ni Chairman na we will go in stages. So next slide. Marami pong nagsasabi nito pero isa na lang i-quote ko. Yung dati pong Deputy Ombudsman Cyril Ramos in 2019 said that 700 billion pesos or 20% of our national budget goes to corruption. So kung ngayon mahigit 5 trillion pesos, kung totoo that's 20% is 1 trillion pesos. But that's only part of the budget. Wala pa dyan yung galing sa BIR at Customs na hindi pumapasok sa budget na kokorrupt na. So go to the next slide. I just want to relate this and thank again the chairman for having simultaneous hearings. So in September, the price of sugar in supermarkets was 54 and the price of sugar in wet markets were 52. By August, 93 na sa supermarket and 95 na sa public markets. Again, in our investigation, lumalabas hindi lang supply and demand to, kung hindi, may corruption issues talaga involved dito. So, yung ginagawa ng Blue Ribbon, nakatali to together. No? Yung hirap ng buhay ng ating mga kababayan ay apektado nitong lahat. Next slide. So, going to the issues and the reason I filed the resolution, sa original pong estimate ng DepEd, it was 35,000 pesos. Ang nangyari po at lumabas, 58,300 po ang pagkabili ng computer. Can you go to the next slide? This was awarded yung 58,000 in June 30, 2021. May 10, just a month before, a month and a few days, nagbid ang DBMPS for 45,000 ng mid-range computers. So, ngayon lang ako nakakita ng 45,000 yung mid-range, pero 58,000 yung entry level. Kasi daw, pinalitan yung ABC or estimated price. But, that's why I wanted to know if the DepEd officials are here now, because they spoke too soon when this issue came out and saying DBMPS yan. Because according to COA, pumayag ang DepEd sa 58,000. Next slide, please. So, ayan po yung pagbid ng mid-range, no? 20,000 units for PS Main, 17,000 units for Pampanga Depot, and for the regional depot, 17,000, 45,000 pesos. Ito po ay lightweight, mid-range computers. Next. Earlier, the department had also engaged the DBMPS June 16, 2020 for brand new laptops, faster Intel Core 15 processors, 8th generation, turbo speed of 3.9 gigahertz, 4-core, 6 MB cache with a unit price of only 32,500. Mauubos oras ko, Mr. Chair, pero tignan nyo yung specs, malayo talaga, no? Next slide. Last 3 slides lang to, Mr. Chair. Can I have the next slide, please? Wala. Paki-pause yung time, ha? Technical yan, IT. Okay. So, kung titignan mo po sa market for the same, the slide before, for the same Dell computer that nasa specification, it's only 22,490 to 25,000 pesos. Next slide. Siguro everyone knows this, lalo yung mga bata, kasi aspiration naman ng lahat na magkaroon ng MacBook. Etong MacBook Air ay 57,990. Mas mura pa sa binili ng DBMPS na computers para sa atin teachers. Siguro kung magre-referendum tayo ngayon sa atin teachers, mas gusto siguro nilang MacBook Air. So sana MacBook Air na lang binili natin. Next slide. ABC or the approved budget contract, yan ang safeguard no? Pero in this case, pinalitan nga. And we will go into that in accordance with the chairman's roadmap, no, paano natin gagawin. Pero yan dapat, so kung lumampas ka sa ABC, magfe-fail yung bid. Ang problema, pinalitan yung ABC. So next slide. As per available documents, the audit team could not ascertain the DBMPS basis for adopting the unit of 58,300 in its recommended ABC. Apparently, the number of laptop procured of 68,500 units was significantly reduced to 39,583, which was mainly due to the huge increase cost of 35,000 pesos based on DepEd submitted approval APR to 58,300 anchored on DBMPS recommendation, which was accepted by the DepEd. So there are two things here, no? One, walang papeles kung bakit iniba ng DBMPS yung recommendation. Kung iibahin mo yung presyo, dapat sabihin mo bakit. Bakit tumaas yung presyo? Pero ang question, bakit inapprove din ng DepEd? Next slide. As of December 2021, hindi pa rin nadidistribute yung computers. And ma'am, I'm sorry to be speaking this way because, next slide, hindi po kami natulog ng mga kongresista nung pinasa namin ang Bayanihan 1 kasama mga senador para makuha ng ating kababayan yung 2 gigs na 10,000 pesos. Ilan araw namin trinabaho ang Bayanihan 2. Yung Bayanihan 1 is yung we heal as one. Bayanihan 2, we recover as one. Kasi kailangan ng PPEs, kailangan po ng IT equipment, estudyante. Hindi kami, grabe po ang trabaho namin dyan at inassure kami na in 3 months, kaya yung bilhin, ipamimigay ka agad para sa 21 at 2022 budget, meron na tayong ilalagay na tablet o laptop para sa mga bata. Pero end of 2021, hindi pa rin nadidistribute ito. No. So, next slide. So today, instead of the 2021 and 2022, and 2 days ago, Monday, 2023, budget, instead na yan ay may napakalaking pondo para sa tablet at laptop sa estudyante, sa alternative learning system, at saka sa teachers, wala. Because the experiment that we put in Bayanihan 2 ay hindi po tinutukan at tinapon sa DBMPS at nagkaloko-loko ang presyo sa DBMPS. Next slide. So, sa DepEd family at sa DBM, please explain today and I'll start with the question, ano nangyari? Ano nangyari?
Gentleman has 1 minute before.
Yeah, anong nangyari? Nag-meeting tayo sa Malacanang, kasama lahat ng mga secretaries. Kainitan to nung pandemic, hindi natin alam kung magkakaroon tayo ng vaccine o hindi. Naka-lockdown, puno yung mga ospital. Araw-araw kami pumasok sa Kongreso, hindi kami nagsara. Grabe ang consultation namin sa lahat ng departamento, Department of Health, Department of Education, dun po sa DTI, pati yung billion-billion na binigay namin sa SB Corp, may git 40%, hindi nila napautang. Ang PPEs, nakita nyo, nagka-loko-loko, meron naman po kayong back. Bakit naman po lahat pinasa DBMPS at anong nangyari? Again, I am not defending the good secretary. Many people do not know the challenges that she was passing through during that time. And I think more than half of the cabinet ay nagka-COVID pa during that time. So I'm not talking about one person or the secretary here. I'm talking about the departments, the USEC, the ASEC, the director, yung head nyo ng finance. Bakit hindi nyo binid at binilisan? So I'll stop there, Mr. Chair, so that we can ask specific questions. But just let me express my frustrations. But my hope that after this hearing, wag naman maulit na sa ibang departamento ito para bumalik naman ang tiwala ng tao sa ating gobyerno. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Before we proceed, I'd like to announce the order of questioning. After Senator Pimentel, it's gonna be Senator Cayetano. We're done with that. Senator Padilla, but I think is attending another hearing. Senator Ejercito, Senator Go, Senator De La Rosa, and Senator Gatchalian. Pag may dumating pa, and I forgot Senator Ontiveros. Senator Ontiveros after Senator Gatchalian. May we know, Mr. Secretary, Committee Secretary, how many former officials of the DepEd family are here? Aside from Yusek Sevilla, meron pa bang ibang former Yusek ng DepEd? We have invited Yusek Pasqua.
Your
Nandito
Honor,
po siya?
Yusek
Yes.
Pasco is here.
Can we ask Yusek Sevilla, Yusek Pasqua to be seated near along the side of Secretary Briones? May we ask them to step forward? May we likewise ask Director Abram Abanil, Director 4 of the ICTS of the DepEd, to occupy one table near the former secretaries. Nandiyan na po siya. Please be seated. Uunahin po natin, kagaya na napag-usapan kanina, yung pre-bid. Unahin po natin yung sa simula nito, kagaya na nasabi ni former Speaker Cayetano, meron pong nilaan yung bayanihan law sa batas na 4 billion pesos, and I quote, the provision to assist the DepEd in the implementation of digital education, information technology, and digital infrastructures and alternative learning modalities, including printing and delivery of self-learning modules of the DepEd, unquote. So dito po tayo magsisimula. Ito po yung batas, yung bayanihan. Meron pa hong isang table doon na nasa harapan. Sino nakaupo doon? Para malayo kayo kay Senator Pimentel. Doon na po siguro yung isa. So we can observe your demeanor. So dito po tayo magsisimula. At ano po yung mga naging kaganapan kung bakit yung 4 billion na pambili sana ng pang-suporta sa ating mga senior high schools, pambili ng kanilang panload, ay na-realign para pambili na ng laptop ng teachers. Pinakita po kanina yung figures kung ganong karami. And thereafter, yung number nung bibiling laptop ay nabawasan dahil tinaasan yung presyo. Doon po tayo magsisimula. And with that premise, I would expect the other members of the committee to approach the same direction, face by face. Pre-bid, award, bid and award, and then implementation. May we now
Chair.
recognize
Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Padilla if he's around?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator
May I
Cayetano.
request, when they do tell us what happened, can they give us a timeline, whether ngayon or to submit, para makita natin gaano katagal nyo ba talaga trinabaho to at ba't nangyari? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano, for reminding us. And prior to your narration of facts, tell us something briefly about your personal circumstances. Ako po ay dating undersecretary, ako po ay nanunungkulang pang undersecretary, etc., etc. So we start with unless you have submitted, sabihin nyo rin, nag-submit na kayo ng personal affidavits nyo, which we will mark as the corresponding exhibits that you have submitted. Ipakisabi na rin siguro yan, Mr. Secretary, Comsec, kung lahat ng tatanungin dito ay nag-submit ng sworn statements. So we start with Senator Padilla, if he's around. If he's not around, we go to Senator Ejercito. Thereafter, Senator Go. Is Senator Ejercito ready for his questions? Apat po yun nandito. Senator Ejercito, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, also I'd like to thank the two sponsors. No, medyo malinaw yung kanilang pagkakalahad kanina. What is very glaring, Mr. Chairman, gusto ko lang sigurong i-highlight yung nabanggit nila kanina, no, na sana ito talaga ang sagutin ng DepEd at PS-DBM yung
We can hardly hear you, Senator Ejercito.
Medyo choppy, signal. Mr. Chairman, siguro after
Yes,
after the next speaker na lang, medyo yung spotting signal ko ngayon. So
Yes.
I'll give my turn. Sige, ayusin ko lang yung signal namin.
Senator Christopher Bongo. Senator Go, if you're around, it's your turn. You have 5 minutes. Senator Go, ready for his questions? Wala pa? So if Senator Go is not present yet, ako na muna siguro ang magtatanong para po hindi naman mapagod si former Secretary Briones. Ma'am, ito pong nangyari. Binigyan kayo ng pondo na 4 billion. Marami po tayong hearing noon kasama si Senator Gatchalian, yung basic education. Mawalang galang na po, tinatanong ko kayo kung ready po tayo sa blended learning. Alam po natin na nangangailangan po ng load yung ating mga high school, senior high school students. Why was there a sudden turnaround na hindi nagagamitin yung 2.4 billion para sa senior high school at ibili na lang ng laptop sa mga teachers na merong X number at pagkatapos po ay nabawasan kasi tumaas yung presyo? Ito po ba ay sinangguni sa inyo ng inyong mga USEC? Ito po ba ay napag-aralan ng maigi? Ito po ba ay talagang pulisiya ng DepEd na baguhin yung nakasaad sa batas dahil yung po yung pangangailangan? Secretary Briones, you have the floor, ma'am.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair ng Blue Ribbon Committee. Isang karangalan at isang recognition sa aking pagkatao ang inyong paanyaya na mag-contribute para maliwanagan, para magkaroon tayo ng makita natin ang katotohanan kung ano ang mga pangyayari hinggil dito sa computers. Nung tiningnan ko, if I may divert a little, tiningnan ko yung members ng Blue Ribbon Committee, nakita ko na at least 12 of them I had worked with their parents. Senator Angara, Senator Cayetano, 12 sila na dati ko nang suki for accountability and for transparency and for honesty and for recognizing the truth. And so I would like to greet all of them. This is a wonderful reunion of individuals and citizens who care about accountability and feel responsible for the welfare of our children. Be as it may, I would also like to acknowledge the thousands of students, undergraduates, graduate, PhD, masteral degree students whom I have taught public finance, including some who have become senators and high officials, and to thank them for their expressions of faith and their expressions of trust in the transaction itself. Finally, people are wondering, a blog came out and it was widespread, claiming na sabi, hanapin yan si Briones, implying that si Briones ay nagtatago. So siguro, karamihan sa inyo, alam naman ninyo ang aking career sa gobyerno. Ako ngayon ay director ng Southeast Asia Inotech. This is a regional facility which is hosted by the Philippines with 11 member countries from Southeast Asia. I was unanimously voted as director of this research and training center. Many of you are familiar with Simeo Inotech dahil nakikita ninyo yan across UP. So we service not only the Philippines and on issues of education, but also the rest of Southeast Asia. So maraming salamat for this opportunity to come out and say, I'm not hiding under somebody's bed. I am as visible as can be. I am very involved in international debates as well as concerned for developments in the Philippines. Mr. Chair, before I answer your question, I would like also to respond to the remarks and the queries of our two co-chairs of the Blue Ribbon Committee. One question is, when did this all start? This practice of government agencies helping each other out depending on their capacities. This practice of a central purchasing agency goes all the way back to Marcos I. At that time, it was considered very important that planning be part of the budget process. So kailangan ay plano na ang pangangailangan, bilhin na ang pangangailangan sa gobyerno, yung tinatawag nilang commonly used items. At that time, it was President Marcos the first who created this agency. The budget secretary was no less than Jaime Laya. The Prime Minister was Cesar Virata. And this was closely monitored by the different international agencies. Ang purpose lang nito, magplano kung anong pangangailangan for the next 2 or 3 years, bilhin na, makibargain na, kasi kung isang agency ang makipag-bargain, makakuha ng better price. As to what happened in the subsequent years, of course, we are not responsible, and but kasi tinanong ito ni Senator Pimentel, kailan ba nag-umpisa itong practice? I know of agencies, I don't have to mention them, who request PS-DBM, whether the present or the past or the future, to do their purchasing for them of big ticket items. Kung hindi nila makaya, hindi nila maano sa time limit, then doon sila pumupunta. At saka malalaking storehouses noon ang ginawa. So that answers the question. The second question.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary, actually, my question was about joint venture, ma'am, not the use of the PS-DBM.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
My question has not been answered.
Yes.
Okay.
Will be answered later on, Senator Pimentel. But ma'am,
Yeah, but
can you be forthright in answering the chair's questions? Para we do this consequentially, not consequentially. So sagutin niyo po
I
yun sa
thought
akin.
it was
Opo.
very important to emphasize the fact that the matter of long-term purchasing has been in practice, but we will not say whether it went well or not in the process of implementation. So thank you for the clarification. Also, Senator Cayetano was asking, and correctly, they worked so hard to add the 2.4 billion to the budget of the Department of Education. Bakit walang nangyari? The SARO was released to us on a December, and we were given until June for the validity of the SARO. We made an assessment. At that time, there was a lockdown and very, very vigorous debates on the matter. And we were busy preparing for face-to-face because we knew time would come when we'd have face-to-face classes. So we made an assessment, makaya ba natin ang hiningi na ibigay ang pera, pero by June kailangan uubusin na. Ang assessment namin, hindi namin yan mahahabol in 6 months' time. Ang ganong kalaking amount. And since it is a practice kung big-time purchasing, planning purchasing, ginagawa yan ng mga specialized agencies, nagdesisyon ang Department of Education na i-pass on to the PS-DBM because nag-specialize sila dyan. Besides, at that time, Mr. Senator, hindi pa kami nakakreate ng yung bidding committee to take care of this gift, this allocation, which Congress worked so hard for. Hindi pa kami naka-organize ng back. And realistically, nakita namin na hindi namin mahabol na pag-uubos ng June. Pero, sabi namin, there are agencies. Another example, Mr. Chair, again, I hesitate to mention agencies. We don't build our school buildings ourselves. Our budgets, we have budgets for school buildings, but we don't build the school buildings ourselves. We also request the Department of Public Highways because they have the capacity to do it. At saka pinapasa naman yung pera sa kanila. Another department orders medicines, whatever, digital equipment, also through this facility. So what I just want to emphasize is that we did not invent this transaction.
Mr. Chair,
This has
just
been
on that point.
around, and I would like to clarify that. We realized kasi, Mr. Senator,
Senator
that
Cayetano would like
hindi
to
namin
interject.
mahabol talaga.
Ma'am, we get your point
Ma'am,
na
ma'am, I'll agree
there
with
is a
you.
need for specialization.
I will agree with you, ma'am, about DBM PS and will allow, what's the official designation of Attorney Lau? Of Attorney Lau to say Executive Director. Because, ma'am, during the time of President Aquino, award-winning ang DBM PS. In fact, there was a plan to spin it off as a GOCC because very efficient ang kanilang pangbibili at ang pag-procurement. So let's say in Metro Manila, kung ang Taguig needs 100 bundles of bond paper, Mayor Gatchalian would need 1,000 ball pens, it's easier to throw it to them and they're very efficient. But it seems that two things happened, Bayanihan 2 and Director Lau, at medyo nagkan-loko-loko na. No? But ma'am, just to input into the discussion, we were consulting DepEd during Bayanihan 2. And the agreement on the side of the House, that's why ngayon ko lang narinig, Chairman, yung on your side, it was for blended learning. Kami, kaya namin nilagay na 4 billion because the easiest thing to do was to buy tablets and to distribute it. And may existing back ang DepEd. Lahat ng agencies ay may existing back. Ang DICT ginawa to. Ang mga local governments ginawa ito. Kaya lang, because we have a counterpart, the Senate, who had different ideas, and because we needed you to have time to plan, nilagay namin yon. Because if we were told by the representatives of DepEd, which were USEX and ASEX at the time, na sir, hindi namin kaya yan, binigay namin yan sa CHED o binigay namin yan sa DICT. So just to input, ma'am, on our side. So I'm glad that I'm hearing the side of DepEd, but on our side. That's why even now, ma'am, yung sinabing December ni-release ng DBM, you know, I question DBM kasi September 30 namin pinasayan. And that was a deal with both Secretary Avisado and Secretary and the Secretary of Finance. We made a deal sa pagpasa ng batas na yan kasi to be sure that it is funded. So there's no reason na from September 11, December ilalabas. In the same manner, ma'am, na December to June, masyado matagal for us for planning. Kaya nga sabi namin, kung hindi nyo maplano, bili na lang kayo ng tablet. Tapos, it was meant as a pilot. So, pili na lang kayo. 3 cities sa Northern Luzon, 3 sa Southern Luzon, 5 sa Visayas. So, that's why, ma'am, kaya ganun yung frustration ko kanina. But mukhang may disjoint sa communication between passing the law and what really happened. Thank you for allowing me to interject.
Thank you for that clarification. Ma'am,
Thank you.
Secretary Briones.
Thank you very much.
We'll give you 2 minutes to conclude, but the statement emanating from the former speaker is more than a statutory construction and interpretation of what really transpired during that wee hours when Congress was crafting the Bayanihan Law. Would the time given to Senator Cayetano imply that Senator De La Rosa already gave his time to Senator Cayetano? Not yet? Hayaan muna natin matapos ni Secretary Briones. Last 2 minutes, ma'am, so we can
Chairman,
proceed with
he is a
the
PNP
timeline.
officer. I cannot steal his time.
Thank you. Secretary Briones, you can proceed. Please bear with us. You conclude in 2 minutes so that we can, my other colleagues can ask direct questions to the other resource persons here. My questions are yet to be answered, ma'am.
Just 2 points, Mr. Chair. I acknowledge the additional information of Senator Cayetano. ADB and the Philippine Institute of Development Studies have been tracking the record of PS-DBM. And this is why we say that we passed it, we endorsed the project to them. We do have a back. We have 6 backs, but we need a huge back for this huge allocation. And we calculated that we were already preparing for face-to-face. We may not have the time and the capacity to really look into the details of the offers of the various suppliers. So we did what we did was legal because it is provided for, and it is done as a matter of course for big-time common item purchases for the past how many decades. Second, from the time that I signed the memorandum of agreement, I have issued already authorizations, delegations. I'm very happy that our chair is very interested in these academic things about management. You delegate responsibility once an agreement is reached. And so what I am submitting, because I only have one more item to say, in my statement, which responds to your letter yesterday, what I have submitted are all the acts which I have engaged in, all the actions that I have taken from the time that we signed the memorandum of agreement with full legal basis for the information of the committee. And my undersecretaries and other officials can assist in answering the various concerns. These are all on record. Yes, we have a back, but we don't have a big enough back to specialize in a 6-month plan to provide computers at a time of a lockdown, at a time when chips were not produced, at a time of COVID, and the supply was very, very limited. So, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for the answer. Committee Secretary, do we have that letter coming from Secretary Briones? Can you provide the members of this committee copies of the said letters? And please mark that as the appropriate exhibit coming from the DepEd family. Thank you, Secretary Briones. So yung tanong ko kanina, with the permission of my colleagues, and I don't want to take the time of Senator De La Rosa, who is next in line, you mentioned you mentioned the agreement. You mentioned the memorandum of agreement. I am aware, alam ko po na yung DepEd ay napakarami ring abogado na undersecretary. Si Yusek Sibilla, are you a lawyer? Hindi po kayo lawyer?
No, Your Honor.
Sino po yung mga lawyer sa inyo? Sa DepEd. Marami, you have a legal team, di ba ho? You have a legal team. I understand you have an attorney Malana, who is, are you a lawyer? Di ba? So, attorney Malaluan. You have attorney Jason Mer Uwayan, coming from PS-DBM. Si attorney Lau, abogado rin. Pero may legal department po kayo sa DBM, di po, sa DepEd, di po ba? Ma'am, si ano na?
Yes, Your Honor, we
si
have a
Yusek
legal
Sibilla na. Pahinga muna kayo. Si Yusek Sibilla nasa line of sight ko.
Yes, Your Honor.
Malaki yung legal team niyo ho, di ba?
We have a legal strand in the Department of Education, Your Honor. We have an Undersecretary for Legal, Assistant Secretary for Legal. The Chief of Staff is also a lawyer.
Also a
and
lawyer.
our Assistant Secretary for Procurement is a lawyer po.
So lahat po ng hakbangin, kasi nabanggit ni Secretary, may legal basis. Kasi yung tanong ko kanina, nagsimula dun sa budget, 4B, na-convert na gawing, sa halip na mapunta sa senior high schools, na-convert sa laptop. So lahat po ito, pinag-aralang mabuti ng inyong legal team. Di po ba?
Your Honor, as mentioned by our former Secretary, Liling Briones, there was an office memorandum last October 2, 2020. And this is an action after the Bayanihan law was passed. So immediately October 2, 2020, there was a memorandum entitled Assignments of Executive Committee Members relative to compliance of the Department of Education with the provisions under Republic Act 11494, otherwise known as the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act. I believe, Your Honor, this memorandum is also part of the annexes of the former Secretary's sworn statement. And in that memorandum, specific assignments were given to the undersecretaries and assistant secretaries. By the way, it's not only the 4 billion that we got as a gift from the Bayanihan Fund. We also had the 300 million subsidy to our learners, which we co-shared with the CHED, with the Commission on Higher Education. We also have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 provisions of the Bayanihan Fund, which we were monitoring at that time. And these specific provisions have an assigned specific undersecretary or assistant secretary. And if we go to the immediate...
My question is this, Yusek, you're still with the DepEd family right now.
Yes,
Talagang
sir.
may legal study muna bago lumagda ang kalihim, bago kayo mag-implement ng bagong proyekto. Pinag-aaralang mabuti ng inyong mga abogado. And you don't do something without a legal study. Di po ba?
Your Honor, I'm in charge of the finance, and so my policies are limited to the financial concerns of the department.
But you don't
And-
spend something which is which would run counter with
Of course.
against the law, di
Of
ba?
course, Your Honor.
Okay.
And
So,
whatever we submit to the
diretsuhin ko
Secretary...
na to kasi magagalit sa akin si Senator De La Rosa. Time niya to, kinuha ko lang eh. Kasi hawak ko po yung memorandum of agreement na binanggit ni Senator Pimentel, binanggit ni Senator Cayetano, and I hope you have copies of this. Dito po nagsimula lahat yan, my dear colleagues, yung memorandum of agreement na nilagdaan ni Secretary Briones, Undersecretary Lloyd Lau, signed in the presence of Attorney Salvador Malana III, Attorney Jason Mer Uwayan. So puro abogado po ito, kaya talaga ang tingin ko, napag-aralan naman po itong mabuti. Kagabi lamang po, my dear colleagues, medyo nahilo ko, hindi ko maintindihan yung isang provision dito. Hindi ko alam kung puyat ako, kasi akala ko kagabi yung laban ng gilas, inaabangan ko, nagbasa na lang ako nito. Alam niyo po, my dear colleagues, dito po sa page 4, sa page 4 ng Memorandum of Agreement, page 4, section 1.8, Dito po ako nahilo ng konti. Sana may flash sa screen. Kung babasahin ko po, and I'd like to quote this. Ito lang po yung, hindi na po ako makikialam mamaya. Ayoko na makialam. Dito lang po ako. And I'd like to quote, the PS-DBM reserves the right, with prior consultation with the DepEd, to make changes to the bidding documents, which includes the technical specifications, TOR, or other project requirements, as it may deem necessary to promote competition and ensure compliance with RA 9184 and its IRR, and to other regulatory laws, like the Food and Drug Law and its IRR. Doon po ako nahulog sa upuan. Bakit po nakasali dito ang Food and Drug Administration? Bakit nakasali po ang Department of Health? Ang pinag-uusapan natin, laptop. Hindi po ito PPE. Hindi po ito medical devices. Hindi po ito medicine. Nakalagay po sa contract. Tapos sinight pa ho sa succeeding articles referring to Section 1 again. And Section 1 refers to that FDA. Bakit po sa laptop nakasama? Hindi ho kaya meron dekahong kontrata na pinalta na lang yung kung medicine, ginawang laptop? Bakit po nakasama ang FDA? FDA is not part of this procurement process. Laptop po ito para sa DepEd. Biglang, tingnan niyo po, basahin niyo. Ayan, in compliance, to ensure compliance with other regulatory laws like the Food and Drug Law. Ano po ang kinalaman ni Secretary Duque dito dati? Wala. Ano po ang kinalaman ng laptop kay Administrator Domingo ng FDA? Palagay ko po wala. So, ang nakikita ko po rito, nabulaga po yung sa pagmamadali yung mga abogado, inadapt na lang yung dekahon pro forma na kontrata, nakalimutan alisin yung FDA. Diba ho? Buti hindi nalagay dito ang face mask. So, laptop po yung pinag-uusapan natin. Pinapakita ko lang po ito para ipakita sa inyo na parang mawalang galang na po. Ayokong bagitin to. Parang hindi na pag-aralan ng abogado. Kasi kung maayos-ayos na abogado, tatanungin niya, bakit kasama itong FDA law sa pagbili ng laptop? The laptop is not, unless loaded with an app that would provide telemedicine, is not part of the educational requirements or blended learning, di po ba? So, I would not like to question all the other provisions, which I might find some unrelated, ungermane provision. Pero dito po ako mahuhulog sa bangko. Baka po ito kaya isang dekahon na prepared na, papalitan na lang yung pangalan. So, ano pong sagot nyo dyan, Yusek Sibilia? Bakit po nakasali ang FDA dito?
Honor, I will refer to the memorandum that I mentioned earlier that the Exicom in charge.
I am referring to the Memorandum of Agreement.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just laying down the basis why.
Which you
I will
implemented.
mention.
You implemented as the Undersecretary for Finance.
Yes, Your Honor, because there's an assigned Assistant Secretary
So who can answer for this?
for the
Who
procurement.
can answer for this? Your legal department.
Under the memorandum, Your Honor, is ASEC Salvador Malana III. He is in charge for procurement.
We recognize Attorney Manala. Bakit po nakasali dito ang FDA? Bumibili kayo ng laptop.
Magandang umaga po, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Let me state at the outset, Your Honor, that as Assistant Secretary for Procurement and Administration, I was not privy to the development of the MOA, but I would know based on...
Sir, sign in the presence
Yes,
of
Your Honor.
Attorney Salvador Malana III. Kayo
Yes,
po
Your
yun.
Honor. As witness, Your Honor.
As witness. So as witness, as a lawyer, you testify that you have read this.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ayaw natin ipahamak yung sekretary nyo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ayaw natin ipahamak yung kagawaran ninyo.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
bakit lumagda ka rito na FDA na yung pinag-uusapan dito?
Yes, Your Honor. I will therefore agree with you, Your Honor, that this could be a big mistake on
Naman tayo
having been
bumibili ng
included.
Decolgen, Biogesic.
Yes, Your Honor. It was a mistake to have included food and drugs law on clause 1.8. And I would also mention, Your Honor, that indeed this emanated from a pro forma contract from DBMPS.
Pro forma.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
you have pro forma contracts. Fill in the blanks.
It was customized for the project, I suppose, Your Honor.
Customized.
Yeah, because
but
there were other...
a laptop is there's a big difference between a laptop and a paracetamol.
Yes, Your Honor. I do agree, Your Honor.
So you admit now that there was a mistake, some lapses on the part of the legal department. Isn't this just a tip of the iceberg? Baka may mga iba pang legal mistakes.
I would admit, Your Honor, that there were mistakes, not on the part of the legal department, Your Honor, but the lawyers who were involved in the crafting of the document. But I do take a responsibility for having signed as a witness. I provided the secretary inputs on the legality or propriety.
Pinahamak niyo yung sekretary niyo. Kasi naging drugs, kay secretary, dapat sa Department of Health ka. Kay Secretary Duque.
We apologize, Your Honor. Yeah, we do admit, Your Honor, that there was a mistake.
The admission here is a reflection on the part of not just the negligence of the legal department, but perhaps, ayokong bagitin yung word starting with I, followed by N, followed by C, followed by O, followed by M. Wag. Masama po, nangako po akong hindi ako magpapahiya dito. Pero siguro dito po nag-uugat yung problema natin. Yung legal department natin medyo mahina. Kaya pati si Secretary Briones na napakaganda ng record ay mapapahamak dito dahil sa ginawa niyong bilang abogado, nilagyan niyo ng gamot itong computer. Diba? Iba naman yung antivirus ng computer. Hindi virus na kailangan ng gamot at vaccine yon. So, thank you for your handedness, attorney. Nag-interject lang ako kasi hindi ako mapakali kagabi. So, I now give the floor to Senator De La Rosa unless he gives his time again to Senator Cayetano.
Mr. Chairman, just the
Go ahead.
clarification I wanted to ask you with your permission and the permission.
Go ahead, sir.
Ma'am, sinabi niyo po may assigned na USEC and ASEC. So, sinong USEC at ASEC ang naka-assign dito sa laptops?
Under the memorandum number OSEC 2020-009, series of 2020, the Section 10, letter N of the Bayanihan Law Fund, 4 billion appropriation, which includes the 2.4 billion, is assigned to Yusek Alain Del Pascua, Attorney Salvador Balana for the Administration and Procurement, Yusek Annalyn Sevilla, ASEC Ramon Fiel Absede for Finance, and Yusek Diosdado San Antonio, ASEC Alma Rubitorio for Curriculum and Instruction, Your Honor.
Yusek Alain was the one. And do you confirm, Yusek Alain, you were the one also talking to members of Congress kung anong intention namin doon?
Good morning, Your Honors. I confirm that, Your Honor, I together with Yusek Rebs are in
Yes.
consultation with the officials of the House of Representatives.
At hindi nyo na communicate kay Secretary na tablets ang intention natin nun?
Actually, we have, Your Honor, and not only the tablets na sinabi nyo at that time, kundi pati yung smart
If I may
schools.
interject, Senator Cayetano. Baka yung tablet, yun yung kaya nalito sa FDA. Akala tableta.
Kala paracetamol.
Hindi kaya yun? Yung ba'y tatanungin ni Senator Cayetano?
Anyway, I'll go back during my time, but I just wanted to put that there so that mabuo yung kwento habang nandyan si ma'am, that hindi nagkulang yung Congress kung anong pwedeng bilhin at inassure nyo kami na mabilis bilhin yan. I'm not talking about anomalies, ha? I'm talking about the coordination. No? Lastly, Mr. Chair, may I ask the DepEd to submit that from end of 2020 until maybe the middle of or the 2021, ano ang naka-assign sa inyong 6 na back? Para makita natin kung puno talaga sila or nag-report lang ba sila kay Secretary na puno sila? Diba? Para makita lang po natin na Mr. Chair, because I want either the statements of Secretary to be affirmed or to be able to show her that mali yung report sa kanya. So just to be fair to the DepEd family. I'm sorry again, I am borrowing and not stealing your time, former Chief PNP, Senator Bato.
No problem.
Senator De La Rosa, if you're ready, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would like to ask this question to the former DepEd Secretary, Ma'am Liling Briones. Ma'am, our office, particularly my office, no, I've been receiving letter requests coming from elementary teachers, high school teachers, asking for us to donate laptops para magamit nila sa kanilang blended learning program. Now, alam mo, I've been explaining to them na ma'am, kami po sa Senado, wala po kaming pundo para pamili ng laptop na ibigay sa inyo. Kami po ay tagagawa lang ng batas. Kung gusto niyo ng laptop, siguro pumunta kayo sa DepEd para mabigyan kayo. Kasi kami sa Senado, tagagawa lang kami ng batas. Ang nag-implementa ng batas pertaining to education is DepEd. Ngayon, but then, after my explanation, hindi ko pa rin pwedeng hindi bigyan ng pansin yung request nila dahil lalong-lalo na if the request is coming from elementary school teacher doon sa barangay na newly cleared, insurgency cleared barangay sa New Bataan or sa Compostela, Davao de Oro, because nagagalak ako na interesado sila magturo, hanap pa rin ko ng paraan na makabili out of my savings or whatever, makakukunan ko ng pera para makabigay lang ng laptop. Ngayon, kayo sa DepEd, hindi nyo ito na-realize na kung properly ito na procure ang laptops, ay sana, baka wala na maghingi sa amin ng laptop sa opisina ko dahil meron tayong nasayang na around 28,917 laptops na decrease dahil nga sa pag-increase nung ABC ng inyong procurement with a fixed budget of 2.4 billion, biglang tumaas yung ABC, bumaba ang quantity of laptops procured because of that. Ngayon ang tanong ko, ito naman ang pinaka-central issue sa lahat nito, kung bakit sinabi ng COA na the laptops procured by DepEd through PS-DBM are pricey for an entry-level computer. Ang tanong ko lang, bakit kayo pumayag na from ang ABC ninyo na pinalabas was 35,046 pesos and 50 centavos per unit laptop. Ngayon, wala pang 1 month, binago ng PS-DBM ng 58,300 pesos. Hindi ba kayo concerned na kukunti ang quantity kapag ganun kamahal at saka magdududa ang tao, bakit ganun nalang kamahal ang procurement ng laptop na yan? Again, sasabihin ninyo na wala po kaming control dyan, sir, Mr. Senator, dahil ang procurement was bidded out by PS-DBM, wala na po kami dyan. But then again, sinabi nga dito na pumayag kayo nung sinadjust ng PS-DBM na ganito, kataas ang presyo. Alam nyo, pwede nating itapon yung responsibilidad, yung accountability sa ibang ahensya, pero being the end user, being the being the agency na end user itong mga laptop na ito, it is your konsensya kapag magkakaroon ng problema sa procurement na ito. Ang tanong ko lang, isa lang ma'am, para siguro pag nasagot na ito properly, tapos na ang investigasyon, bakit kayo pumayag na taasan ng PS-DBM ang presyo? Very clear ito sa records na pumayag kayo. From 38, ginawang 50, from 35,000, ginawang 58,000. Bakit kayo pumayag? Pwede malaman, ma'am, anong nangyari? Bakit kayo pumayag? Thank you.
With the permission of the chair of the committee.
Ma'am. Perhaps your
Do you want
other
me to
former
respond?
USECs can also assist you.
Yes.
Kasi kayo lang ang may stress dyan eh. Sila yung gumawa ng kontrata, sila yung nag-implement. Dapat tulungan nyo si Secretary Briones. Sinasagot niya para sa inyo kung sakaling may pagkakamali. Dapat sumagot si USEC Sibilia, sumagot si USEC Pascua. Ma'am, sila na po yung pasagutin nyo. Kasi sila yung, sa inyo binabagsak lahat yung problema. Sila yung nag-initiate nitong mga ito. Baka sa inyo lahat binibigay lang yung stress, ma'am.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, sa concern ninyo. So I'd like to refer the question to Yusek Allan. Kasi sa kanya, yung ICT unit natin, I asked for an explanation for that actually, and it is in writing.
Mr. Chair, as to the bakit pumayag ang DepEd dun sa presyo na binigay ng PS-DBM, ang PS-DBM ho ay nagbigay sa amin ng parang action slip at nilagay nila doon sa action slip, which is already part of the sworn statement that I have provided you. There's an annex there where there's an action slip coming from PS-DBM that says there the price that we have given them, the 35,000 price, and the number of the quantity that we have also asked them to procure. And then they put there the price that they have, what they have agreed as the median of the market canvas that they have conducted, and that's about 50,000 plus. And they arrive at a negative 1 billion something funds needed to procure those laptops that we have asked them to procure. But on the bottom of that annex, they put there the option for the DepEd to whether to accept the lesser quantity. That's the action slip that they have provided us, and the ICTS Director, Abraham Abanil, signed that concurrence on that action slip. It was never addressed to the higher-ups of the DepEd.
Kaya nga, Yusek Allan, no? Kung ano man ang explanation mo dyan, hindi pa rin mawawala sa atin yung konsensya ba? Naisipin natin na maraming mawawalang unit ng computer ito pag ganito kamahal, at saka magdududa ang tao dahil meron na kami sinabit na 35,000, tapos ngayon magiging 58,000. Sana hindi na kayo pumayag. Ako ganito, I will give you an example. Pag-upo ko as Chief PNP. Again this PS-DBM naman involved nito. Pag-upo ko ng Chief PNP, I've been hearing complaints from our policemen on the ground na, Sir, napakahirap itong aming patrol car, sir, itong Mahindra. Daling masira. Tapos, after that, walang post-market maintenance. Wala silang maintenance all over the Philippines. Yan ang ako bigyan lang kita ng example. So, nung dumating yung bidding about ng PS-DBM dahil previous administration pa yun, mayroong pera doon sa PS-DBM pambili ng patrol car. Nag-meeting kami ng PS-DBM. Sabi sa akin ng PS-DBM, itong bilihin natin, yung Mahindra, kasi ito ng proven and tested na ito, previous administration na maganda ito, patrol car na ito. Sabi ko, oo nga, proven and tested na yan sa mga people on the ground, mga policeman ko nagreklamo na mahirap yung sasakyan yan, mahina. Kaya sabi ni President Duterte sa akin, bumili ka ng sasakyan na maganda at matibay para masaya naman yung kapulisan natin sa baba. So sabi ko, I won't settle for anything else, kundi sabi ko, yung 4x4 ang aming technical, binigay namin na technical, technical specs. Yung 4x4 na malakas. So, nakabili kami ng 4x4 na Toyota Hilux sa mga patrol car. Dahil ako, I've been on the ground. Alam ko yung kahirapan ng pulis doon, kung anong problema doon sa, aakyat ka sa bundok na madulas, hindi makaakyat dahil mahina ang sasakyan mo, problema. So dapat kayo rin, ganun rin dapat ang pakiramdam nyo na yung mga teacher natin sa baba, maghihirap yan pag walang laptop. Dahil lalong-lalo na sa blended learning na gusto ninyo. So sana, hindi kayo pumayag. Ako lang Ako, straight to the point na usapan nito. Bakit kayo pumayag na ganunin ng PS-DBM? Kasi kung tanungin ko naman yung PS-DBM, sabihin na naman ng PS-DBM, pumayag ang DepEd, sir, na ito ang presyo. So, ano problema namin? We are here to, kung anong gusto nila, anong gusto nila ipabili. So, pumayag kayo So, Ako sana, being the end user, kayo talaga, mga maestra ninyo sa baba, ang maghihirap kapag mahina ang computer, laptop na ibibigay ninyo. Dapat sinabi ninyo na we will stand to lose ilang units ng laptop computers dito kapag kinagat natin yung open ng PS-DBM. Ay ng PS-DBM. So huwag tayong pumayag. Dapat ganun ang pag-iisip ninyo being the end users. Ako, yun lang sa akin ha. Kaya nga, I need a very clear answer to this. Dahil nga sabi ng mga magagaling namin na kasamaan, like Senator Allan, sabi niya, walang makitang record kung bakit nagbago, sino nag-approve, at paano nangyari ito, bakit biglang nag-jack up ang presyo. Kaya gusto ko malaman talaga, sinong pumayag, sinong nag-approve na from 32,000 gawing 58,000. Yun lang kasimple. Pag matapos natin, wala lang investigasyon. Tapos na. I will yield the floor to
Isang
Senator
follow-up
Cayetano.
lang. I'm tempted to ask you kung hindi ka nag-canvas, but may I know what laptop you're using, Yusek?
This is HP, Your Honor.
Magkano yan?
This is HP Spectre, Your Honor. More or less about mga 90,000, Your Honor.
90,000. Ito ay Mac Air. Ito yung presyo ng pinabili mo na entry level para sa mga teachers. So is it incompetence o kakuntsaba ka ng mga taga DBMPS? Inapprove nyo 58,000 kapresyo ng MacBook Air. Paano mo naman i-approve ang entry level na kapresyo ng MacBook Air?
Your Honor, siguro mas maganda ang tanungin natin, paano nag-arrive at that 50,000 plus market value? Kasi nagkaroon ng PS-DBM ng ng market canvas.
Yusek, pag pera ng bayan, tayo mga ama tayo ng bayan. Pag yung anak mo ay bibigyan mo ng P8 ng 58,000, HP na worth 25,000 ibibili mo? O MacBook Air? Papabayaan mo anak mo na lokohin siya ng kaklase niya. Boss, eto HP o 58, kapresyo ng MacBook Air. Wag na tayong paikot-ikot dito. Inapprove niyong presyo ng high-end. DBS PM mismo ang nag-approve 45,000 mid-level Ito 58,000 high-level.
Hindi namin inapprove yun, Your Honor. Nagbigay ang PS-DBM.
Excuse me, sir. You are changing your answer. If I ask the stenographer to repeat, sinabi mo na kanina, ikaw yung nag-approve.
Hindi ako nag-approve, Your Honor. Hindi ko sinabing ako ang nag-approve. Ang sinabi namin, nagbigay ang PS-DBM ng action slip
And you
na
said yes.
kinonquer ng ICTS.
And then you yung concur.
Hindi ko sinabing ako ang nag-confirm
And you
o
concurred.
ako ang nag-concur. Hindi ko sinabi yan, Your Honor. I did not. I did not.
Yusek, may I remind you and may I refer you to your statement made at exactly 10:50 a.m. And I quote, "This was never addressed to the higher-ups."
That's right, Your Honor.
Ayun. Sinabi ba, nasa transcript yun. Ang lumalabas ngayon, kagaya ng sinasabi ni Senator Cayetano, dalawa lang kayo nagpirmahan dito, hawak ko yung dokumento, a certain Abram Abanil, na nandiyan sa harap, pakitaas yung kamay mo. Kayo lang ang dalawa nag-aprubahan ito.
Hindi, Your Honor. Wala akong pangalan dyan, Your Honor.
Ipapelis tayo rito.
Wala akong pangalan dyan, Your Honor.
Pagputaasan ng boses mo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kaya tayo may microphone dito. You don't have the right to elevate the modulation of your voice. Naririnig ka namin, huwag mo kami sigawan.
My apologies, Your Honor.
So sagutin mo yung tanong ni Senator Cayetano.
Hindi po ako pumirma
I will
doon, Your
rephrase,
Honor.
I will rephrase, Your Honor, to give a chance to the USEC. Sabi ng DBMPS, inapprove ng DepEd. Sino sa DepEd ang nag-approve?
Wala kaming inapprove, Your Honor, as to that price.
No.
Back ng...
Sir, wag tayo paikot-ikot. Ibinalik sa inyo ng DBMPS at sinabi, eto ang price. Umuo kayo, kaya binid yung ABC.
Actually, Your Honor, yung document na binigay sa amin ng PS-DBM ay hindi para kunin yung approval ng DepEd dun sa kanilang presyo. Ang hinihingi ng PS-DBM sa amin ay kung yung option ba na pag ganyan ang presyo ay bababaan yung quantity. Yung po yung kinongker ng ICTS,
Sir,
ng
edi
DepEd.
ganun din yun. Pinaikot mo lang eh. Pinaikot mo lang. Hindi matututo ang mga bata sa DepEd kung ganyan. Kasi ang tawag dyan palusot. Di ba? Binigay sa inyo. Sir, hindi namin mabibili ganito karami kasi ganitong presyo. Okay ba sa inyo ganito karami? Pero ganitong presyo. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na inapprove mo yung ganun karami, pero hindi mo inapprove yung ganung presyo kasi it goes together. Di ba? That's very clear.
Alam mo, Mr. Chair, just to emphasize the point, Yusek Allan, again, babalik ako sa example ko. Kung talagang concerned ka sa mga teachers ninyo, ako babalik ko sa example ko. Nung nag-insist sa akin ang PS-DBM na talagang Mahindra ang bibilihin namin na sasakyan at hindi yung 4x4 na Toyota na gusto ko na malakas sa sasakyan, sabi ko, alam mo, kahit na magsuntukan tayo dito araw-gabi, 2 araw, hindi talaga ako mag-give in dyan sa Mahindra na ini-insist ninyo. Just to be frank with you. Just to be frank, because I am the end user. Ako ang mananagot sa mga tauhan ko sa field kapag sila namamatay sa encuentro sa NPA dahil ang sasakyan nila ay mahina. Ako mananagot. Ganon din sana kayo sa DepEd na kayo ang mananagot sa mga teachers nyo sa baba kapag ang computer, laptop na makarating sa kanila ay kulang at saka mahina. Ganong comparison lang gusto ko sana. Kung ikaw ay concerned, isipin natin yan. Dapat huwag kayong pumayag. Kayo nga, babalik na naman tayo sa tanong, sino ang nag-approve? Ay kasi, PS-DBM will not proceed with their bidding kung hindi kayo pumayag. Di ba? Kung hindi kayo pumayag, hindi sila mag-proceed sa bidding nila. So dapat, sino ang pumayag? Sino nag-approve na okay na sa amin yan as far as DepEd is concerned? Okay na sa amin yung 58,000 na halaga ng laptop na iproprocure ng PS-DBM for us, for DepEd. Sino ngayon ang nag-approve niyan? Sinong pumayag? Kasi we did not use the term approve. Sinong pumayag? Bakit kayo nag-give in sa PS-DBM? Dahil nga, kung ipasa natin sa PS-DBM yung tanong na yan, sabihin naman ng PS-DBM, ay pumayag ang DepEd. Kaya kami procuring entity lang kami, hindi kami ang end user, hindi kami ang agency na gagamit dito. Sila, pumayag sila na 58,000 ang halaga. Sino ngayon sa inyo ang pumayag na okay, PS-DBM, go ahead, okay na kami dyan.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, just to put on the record, meron concept sa batas, res ipsa loquitur. It speaks for itself, no? So let us apply that to this contract. PS reply action document, nakalagay yung presyo, quantity 68,500, nakalagay yung unit price 58,000, and sa ilalim po, naka-conform. No? Nakapirma po dito. So it speaks for itself. Secondly, yung sagot mismo ni Yusek na tinanong sa kanila at yan ay ni-reply. I apologize, Mr. Chair, if I also was emotional and nataasan ng boses ng konti because when I was speaker, ayaw nung iba na ilagay IT kasi maraming kalokohan. And everyone who was there, pati DPWH, pati DICT, pati DepEd, hindi ako nagkulang. Paulit-ulit ako sa inyo at sinabi ko walang overprice. Nabi ko, i-approve namin yan, pero walang overprice kasi damay-damay na lahat dyan. Hindi naman services yan o hindi naman yan Nung kinumbinsi ako na ilagay yan, kaya hindi namin nilagyan ng ng applications or ng services, etc. Bakit? Mahirap hulihin ang overprice dyan Pero pag laptop lang ang bibilin mo, i-on mo lang computer mo, i-google mo lang If when DBM PS gave this to you, ginugel mo lang, makikita mo na doble ang presyo. So I'll stop there, Mr. Chair, because I think the point is already proven. And thank you.
Cayetano.
Thank
We
you,
have to
Senator
restore
Bato.
order here. As I promised, we have to do this step by step. Recognizing again the statement made by Yusek Pascua, I have here a document na iba na lang tayo uli. I have here a document showing that you signed something together with Mr. Abram Abanil. Ito yung, the title is Justification to Modify the Connectivity Load for Senior High Schools. So, hindi totoo na wala kang pinirmahan. Ito, nakapirma ka. I'll have that flash on the screen. Ayan, naka-flash na. Pirma mo ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor, that is my signature.
With that acknowledgement,
That is an
Committee
acknowledgement.
Secretary, can you have that mark as the appropriate exhibit coming from the DepEd family? So nagpapatunay ito na kayo lang dalawa ni Director Abanil ng ICTS ang nagpirmahan ito para ma-justify yung pagkuha sa mas mataas na halaga ng laptop. So hindi
Your
pwedeng
Honor.
ibalik sa... Patapos mo ako. Iko-contempt kita pag hindi mo ako pinatapos. Para ma-justify yung pagbili ng laptop. So, it is unfair to us holding these documents for you to have a continuing denial. You have now admitted that for you to state that you never signed anything. That's your signature, di ba? So, ganito na lang. You have answered the questions of Senator De La Rosa, and as I have promised, we will have an orderly proceeding here. There are other senators. Babalikan ka namin. While you refresh your memory, there are other senators who would be asking, and next in line would be Senator Gatchalian, but he went out to attend another committee hearing. So, Senator Hontiveros, are you still online, Senator Hontiveros? So,
Yes,
sundan lang
Mr.
po natin
Chair.
yung track. Ma'am, nandito pa ho tayo sa pre-bid stage. Nandito pa ho tayo.
Yes,
Huwag muna tayong papunta sa si Senator Bato. Napunta na sa conclusion eh. Susundin lang po natin yung track natin. You have the floor, Senator Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Yes, after my very brief opening statement, I'll just ask one question dito sa pre-bidding stage. So, Mr. Chair, I am going to keep this short and simple. Napakahalaga nitong discussion ngayong umaga tungkol sa overpriced laptops ng DepEd. Itong mga nagdaang araw dahil first days of classes, nababalitaan natin sa news ang iba yung mga sakripisyo ng ating mga teachers para sa kanilang mga estudyante, para sa ating mga anak. While it is reprehensible if taxpayers' money is being used injudiciously, it is scandalous if it is our teachers carrying the weight of these injudicious, perhaps even corrupt, decisions. Sabi po ng COA, 28,917 laptops ang hindi nabili dahil sa sinasabing overpricing na ito. 28,917 na mga guro at school administrators na dapat sana ay may magandang laptop pampagaan ng kanilang trabaho. What is also appalling is that this seems to be the tip of the iceberg. Natuklasan ng COA na ang PS-DBM ay nagpahintulot ng pagbili ng mga PPE na nagkahalagang 1.39 billion pesos that were not certified as safe by the Food and Drug Administration. Sa aming pag-aaral ng available 2021 COA reports, ay nakikita na napakaraming ahensya ng gobyerno ang may unserved and unremitted na pondo sa PS-DBM. Halimbawa, ayon sa 2021 COA report ng PNP, fund transfers to PS-DBM for the years 2010 to 2021 totaling 1.696 billion pesos remain unserved and unliquidated, depriving the PNP of the use of the much-needed equipment and supplies. Sa Bureau of Immigration naman, unutilized or excess advances to PS-DBM totaling 10,645,000 were not returned to the Bureau or remitted to the Bureau of Treasury. Sa Bureau of Fire Protection naman, the accumulated balance of prior years fund transfers of 1 to 16 years totaling 511 million pesos remain unremitted to the Bureau of Treasury. Wala pa po dito ang unliquidated advances amounting to tens of millions of pesos by various government agencies and attached agencies to PS-DBM. Kitang-kita na breeding ground ang PS-DBM ng inefficiency, negligence of duties at graft and corruption. I have supported the calls to abolish PS-DBM, but we should not forget the wrongdoings of the past. All those responsible for those irregularities should be held administratively and criminally liable. Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing me to make that brief opening statement, leading to my one question dito sa pre-bidding stage sa
Please proceed,
DepEd
Your Honor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yung tanong ko po, Mr. Chair, ito sa PS-DBM. Ayon sa 2021 COA report ng PS-DBM,
Senator Tiveros, Your Honor, your
Mr.
question is
Chair.
directed to
PS-DBM.
PS-DBM or not DepEd. So,
Yes,
is
Mr.
there any representative of PS-DBM since Attorney Lau manifested that he's no longer part of PS-DBM? Although, when this incident happened, he was part of PS-DBM. Is
That
the
is
current PS-DBM head online or physically present, Secretary? Comsec? You're here. Can you join us in that table? Wag na malapit kay Senator Pimentel. Baka si Senator Pimentel can join us here. Puro witnesses na yung katabi mo doon, sir.
I believe that's
No.
Executive Director Dennis Santiago, Mr. Chair. Tama po ba ako?
You're now under oath. Have you been... So please answer the questions coming from Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Executive Director Santiago, ayon po sa 2021 COA report ng PS-DBM, initially, in-indicate ng DepEd sa APR or Agency Procurement Form na nangangailangan sila ng 68,500 laptops worth 35,036 pesos and 50 centavos per unit para sa implementation ng proyekto na supply and delivery of laptop computers for public school teachers na may budget na 2.4 billion pesos. Ngunit, sa ginanap na March 26, 2021 market survey ng PS-DBM, tumaas ang unit price sa ABC o approved budget contract from 35,000 pesos to 58,300 pesos. Director, ano ang justification ng PS-DBM para sa 66% price increase na ito?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Madam Senator, for the question. Actually, it is the practice of the procurement service that whenever there is a request for purchase by another government agency, the procurement service would normally approach the market, conduct another canvass to confirm the ABC or the approved budget for the contract. This is being done for requests for purchases of non-common use supplies and equipment. So this is what took place in this procurement po. PS-DBM conducted a market survey, approached the market. I believe for the records that I've gone through, PS-DBM approached 6 market operators. 6 suppliers po yung in-approach nila. I think 2 did not submit their pricing, but 4 did. Prices are as follows around. May I go to the record, Your Honor?
Please proceed. Mas maganda siguro maipaliwanag mo yung ibig sabihin ng market analysis nyo. Is this just a tabletop exercise? Or you do have a face-to-face consultation with the laptop providers?
Okay.
Or market survey, Mr. Chair.
Apo. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Actually, we approached the suppliers. In this situation, our planning division did contact suppliers, and then they provided the technical requirements and then requested for the pricing. It will be good, Your Honor. Of course, I will provide for the preliminaries, but our planning division people are here also to provide answers on that, on the details. So they approached 4 suppliers, 6 suppliers, as I mentioned earlier. Maliit lang po.
Ito
So
po
we
yung
have,
direct price analysis, PSPD1, okay?
Apo.
So
So
you
they
approach
approached Huawei.
Columbia Technologies,
Columbia Technologies, apo,
Bowman
Bowman
Technologies,
Technologies. Apo,
BSTECS.
That's right, Madam Senator.
And then,
And then the other one did not provide for pricing because they're supplying a branded laptop that's known in the market. Na po. So for the four, they have provided the following prices. Ano po? 42,000 around that much. 46,000 for Columbia. Huawei 42,000. Bowman 60,000. And VSTECS Philippines 58,300 po.
so way above the approved budget contract of 35,000 pesos, Executive Director.
It would appear on the record, Your Honor, that that's the case po. But I believe what DepEd submitted to PS-DBM, at least per the record po, was that they conducted the 35,000 market survey or the price that's submitted by DepEd sometime in March 2020. Perhaps our DepEd colleagues can also confirm that. It's a March 2020 pricing po. This one was conducted
Pero Executive
March
Director,
26.
excuse me.
Apa.
That's right. Kinonduct nyo po March 26, 2021. Ganyang kabilis ba at kataas tumataas ang prices na lalabas sa market surveys kung taken just 1 year apart? Posible ba yon? From 35,000 to a range of 42,000 to 60,000? I mean, considering pandemic, di ba, na nabasag yung supply chain, hirap yung production, hindi ba by competition among companies sa ganitong kalalang krisis, bababa ang preso at hindi tataas?
For the record, Your Honor, these are the prices that were that are reflected on the record. But then, of course, it's a possibility that it will increase or it will decrease. Ano po? Depende po sa demand, depende po sa availability ng chips, depende po sa market suppliers available. And then there are so many externalities, Your Honor, on the effect to the market price. Ano po?
Senator Ontiveros, it was intimated
Yes, Mr.
to me
Chair.
by Senator Cayetano na mas malaki yung posibilidad na bumaba kasi may mga new models na lumalabas.
Yes, Mr.
Tama po,
Chair. I concur
Director? Tama.
with that observation.
So dapat bumaba yung presyo kasi old model na yun dati.
That could be the case, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So that's really something very puzzling, no? Kung bakit yan ang lumabas sa market survey and in effect tinanggap ng PS-DBM to proceed with into the bidding process on the basis of these prices. So I'll just note that, Mr. Chair, and ED Santiago, please proceed para to answer my question na bakit pumayag ang PS-DBM na 66% no ang price increase, ano yung justification para sa 66% ultimately na price increase?
Your Honor, thank you for the question na po. But during this time, I'm not yet with the PS-DBM. Ano po? I
In
just
that case,
assumed office.
sino po yung nasa PS-DBM at the time of March 26, 2021?
I believe it's Executive Director Wayan, Your Honor.
I see. In that
Jason
case,
Merwayan.
Mr. Chair, yes, in that case, Mr. Chair, may we request the Chair to recognize former PS-DBM Executive Director Uwayan to answer this first question of mine.
Can the former PS-DBM head, Attorney Lloyd Lau, oblige us,
Hi.
provide us with
Yes.
an answer?
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Former
This is
USEC,
Attorney
yes.
Lau.
We see you, we
I
hear
think
you.
the statement given by Executive Director Santiago was regarding the market survey conducted on March 2020, not 2021.
No, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Attorney Lau, but I am holding the document in my hand, Mr. Chair. Yung sinight po ni
Oh, yes.
ED Santiago, is the price analysis dated 26 March 2021, Mr. Chair, not 2020.
Correct. There are two kasi. The first statement of Executive Director Santiago was March 2020 and the second one is March 2021. The March 2020 market survey na tag 30, I think the basis of the 35,000 APR agency purchase request issued by DepEd was based on the June 2020 notice of award laptop procured by PS-DBM in favor of Columbia Technologies for the supply of laptops to DepEd in the amount of 32,000 pesos per unit with processor of Intel Core i5, which was delivered to DepEd on I think it was awarded on June 2020. Then,
former Yusek
on
Lau, may I
March-
just clarify, yung sabi niyong Columbia Technologies price sa price analysis in 2020, sabi niyo lumabas na 32,000. Ito yung ngayong sa March 2021 market survey, tumaas na to 46,000.
yes,
So tumaas
I'm
din.
going there, Senator.
All
Yes,
right.
I'm going there, Senator.
Please proceed.
After na-award yun, we issued a notice of award in favor of Columbia Technologies. I was executive director during that time on June 2020. It was at around 32,000 per unit. Then the DepEd asked to procure another one, the 2.4 billion. So we entered into a memorandum of agreement with DepEd. So as a natural course, they will issue an agency purchase request. I think the base of the 30,000 is procurement on the 2020 procurement, which was 32,000. Kaya 35 ang nilagay nila. So based on that, they issued 35,000. Pina-market survey natin ito with our back group. Nung nag-market survey sila, yan po yung result. The difference kasi, nung tinanong namin I think this will be best answered by the procurement group, why it increased is, but based on my recollection, although there's disparity in the technical specification, there are also add-ons in the requirement of DepEd, yung warranty, mga servicing software. I'm not familiar with that. So I think that's the reason why when they conducted it, medyo ang alam ko tumaas kasi on 2020 and 2021 naubos po ang laptop ng PS-DBM because all agencies were requesting for laptop. Also, in the market, nagkaubusan ng laptop kasi lahat po nag-online classes, lahat po ng mga offices tumigil. Not at all. Most staff in the workplace but work from home. So, lahat tumaas.
Can you repeat that? Yusek Lau, can you repeat that? Nag-choppy ka. Can you repeat that?
Explanation, Senator.
Can you repeat that, Attorney Lau?
Yes. Tumaas po ang demand. Which part po? Yung the pricing or the market survey?
The pricing.
The last sentence. Oh, yeah.
The last sentence. Tumaas po kasi ang demand ng laptop on the year 2020. Kasi naubos yung laptop ng PS-DBM, our mid-range, high-end, and the lightweight, pati yung mga desktop natin naubusan kasi binibili lahat ng agencies, pati din sa market. Kasi I was asking the supplier then, kasi we can do repeat orders. On 2020, I was asking, give me repeat order. And they were saying we cannot give repeat order kasi lumiit yung work in the office, tumaas yung work from home. So everybody was buying laptop, pati yung schools, and everybody was going online. So the demand for laptop increased. That's the reason why tumaas yung prices. Nagkaubasan ng stocks. So when we conducted the market survey on March, yan daw yung reason na tumaas. Noting na we admit on 2020 po June, we really awarded in favor of DepEd 32,000 pesos na laptop at Intel Core i5 na po. That's a fact po.
Thank you, former Yusek Lau. I guess, Mr. Chair, at this point, I just like to make of record certain observations kasi tulad kanina nag-concur ako sa observation ni Sen Cayetano that some things don't square. Some things still don't square kahit dito sa latest statement ni former Yusek Lau. For the record, Mr. Chair, it's important to note that according to COA, PS-DBM completed a bidding for mid-range laptops in May 2021, a month before this question transaction, with the price tag of only 45,120 pesos per unit. Tapos the year before that, or in 2020, DepEd already, through PS-DBM also, was able to purchase laptops with Intel Core i5 processors, which have enough power even for gaming and image and video editing work at only 32,500. Ito yung sinabi na rin ni dating Yusek Lau ngayon. And last but not the least, for now, Mr. Chair, COA auditing team also said that they canvassed comparable models sa pinrocure ng PS-DBM ngayon, Mr. Chair, para sa DepEd. COA auditing team canvassed comparable models in the market and they found out that the same model and brand, Dell, Mr. Chair, with bigger screens were being sold in the Metro Manila and the Cordillera Administrative Region at much lower prices of from 22,490 to 25,000 pesos. So hindi pa po talaga nasasagot at naklaro yung mga tanong tungkol dito, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, trying to be recognized. Is Attorney Lau, you want to add something? Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
A brief reply.
My answer was just limited to the market survey and the previous procurement. That was DepEd laptop, which was awarded on June 2020. Ako po nag-award nun. I was just explaining what is the process on the market analysis. Now, as to comparing my procurement on 2020 to the procurement on the succeeding executive director on May and June, I cannot answer that because I'm not the executive director. I already left PS-DBM on April 2021. So, para lang po clear yung timeline. Kasi I'm just answering as to the March market survey conducted. Kasi I read the record on that. But as to the bidding which transpired succeeding to that, I would just make it clear na I'm not answering with respect to justifying that procurement as well as the 58,000 na laptops. I'm not justifying it kasi I'm not privy to that. I don't have any information.
We take note of your timeline, Yusek Lau, that you were out of the office by June of 2021. Is that correct?
No po. My last day of reporting was April 28, I think, Friday.
April 28 of the year?
I'll check.
2021, yes, because I have still in my possession a document dated April 23, 2021, signed by Undersecretary Pascua, addressed to you. It fits in your timeline, and another one, March 22, 2021, signed again by Undersecretary Pascua. I have it here. This will be marked accordingly, addressed again to you, relative to these laptops. But just the same, to set the record straight, all the preliminaries, all the groundworks, all the supporting documents, as well as the specifications were done during your time. Is that correct, Yusek Lau?
Not all.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And in fact,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Substantial portion of the preliminary work were conducted during your time. Substantial, not all.
No po.
Yes.
Not all po. Kasi the only thing that was under my time was the market survey conducted under under the back team under me. But other than that, yung pre-bid conferences, as to the participating bidders, wala, hindi pa ako kasali doon. Hanggang ano na po, we just make a response.
The documents in front of me
Yes,
would
sir.
show that on March 22, 2021, a letter came from USEC Alain Pasqua addressed to you nominating focal persons for Laptop Teachers Project, BAC and TWG members. Thereafter, after a month, April 23, 2021, another letter coming from USEC Pasqua. This has something to do with the nomination of additional focal persons for the Laptop for Teachers Project. If I may quote, Dear Undersecretary Lau, the Department of Education nominates the following personnel to become additional focal persons for the project Laptop for Teachers. So these are the necessary groundwork. So again, it would just show that you were involved substantially. Although perhaps you can claim that not all, substantially would probably be more than 50%? 50% plus 1?
No, hindi po. It's not 50% because that's just preliminaries before formal procurement process will enter. That's just the preparation to make teams. Kasi we make teams. We make teams for that. Dahil pagbibilhin si DOH, we make teams for that. May bibilhin kaming internal, we make teams for
Even
that.
the documents for the
When the
project...
team is...
Yes, let me finish. Even the documents for the project, at least 11 voluminous folders were submitted to your office by, again, USEC Alain del Pasqua. Addressed to you, to
Yes, that's accurate.
Attorney Uwayan. So, marami-rami itong napadala sa'yo, including the proposed recipients, among others. So, my immediate scrutiny would prove that this is more than substantial. Although when it was finished and implemented, you were no longer part of the PS-DBM.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair,
regardless of
clarification lang po.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead,
in addition, thank you,
Senator.
Mr. Chairman. In addition to what the chair has said, with which I concur, bukod po sa substantive participation ni dating USEC Lau sa groundworking for the transaction we are investigating, and regardless dun sa sinabi nilang timeline kung kailan wala na sila sa PS-DBM, as the investigation moves forward, I will ask further questions and seek to establish na hindi lang groundwork sa transaksyong ito, but certain modus operandi, certain procedures na observed since the time of former USEC Lau as PS-DBM Executive Director hanggang sa ngayon. Kaya I appreciate, Mr. Chair, na matanong natin si Director General Santiago, and we'll also have questions for former Director General Jason Mer Uwayan, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po.
Perhaps the term modus operandi, if commonly understood, would impute bad faith. Siguro, we let the investigation proceed
Yes,
before
Mr. Chair.
we
Common procedures.
impute bad faith. Thank you, Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you,
For
Mr. Chair.
the information of our resource persons, this is going to be a working lunch hearing. You can partake of the lunch that was provided. You can eat while speaking if you want. So, any other questions coming from Senator Ontiveros addressed to Attorney Santiago?
Perhaps, Mr. Chair, we could also ask former Executive Director Uwayan if he has any other light to shed on anong justification ng PS-DBM sa 66% price increase sa mga laptops from 35,000 to 58,000 pesos.
I think Director Uwayan is still not around.
I
but
see,
we
Mr.
will
Chair.
endeavor to have
Answer
him
question
present
then.
during the next hearing. But for the record, let me let me highlight bid bulletin number 4, which I'd like to quote, that PS-DBM differs to the expertise of the technical requirements of the project and shall adhere to the technical opinion of the DepEd on the matter. Unquote. So, yung pasahan ng bola mamaya, talagang balik uli sa DepEd kung ano yung pangangailangan nila. Next to ask question would be Senator Angara, if he's around.
Mr. Chair, if just so to clarify
Is this
also.
an answer to the question previously asked or another opinion?
Not really, Your Honor. It's really answering the question on the market analysis. The one I was referring to is a market analysis entitled Certificate of Due Diligence submitted by DepEd to PS-DBM that they have conducted a market survey March 2020. That was what I was referring to earlier. So
I think you were corrected by Yusek Lau.
because Yusek Lau was referring to an earlier market survey that they conducted. But this one is a March 2020 done by DepEd. So perhaps the details could be provided for the DepEd as well.
Yes, we note that, and the Secretariat is directed to secure the two versions of the market analysis mentioned a while ago.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator, the Minority Leader is recognized.
Yeah, just one or two questions related to the market analysis. May I have my copy? Okay. So, for this particular transaction, para klaro, no, we have a March 26, 2021 document from the PS-DBM. Ang title po niya, Supply and Delivery of Laptops for Public School Teachers for the Department of Education. So, 26 March 2021. Price analysis PSP-D1-PA-21-03-001-NCSE. Tama po, Director Santiago? Kung ma-flash nga sana yan, kasi ito nga yung tanong ko eh. Under VS, the column, supplier's quotation, and then VSTECS Philippines Incorporated, we have now the brand and model, Dell Latitude 3420, and then specifications, processor, 1.9 gigahertz base speed, 2 MB cache. Ang word na entry doon, comply. So ano ba talaga? Because ako po ay pumasok sa issue na ito believing na hindi nga rin among the issues, hindi compliant doon sa minimum technical specification of processor 1.9 gigahertz base speed. So may we get maybe get your opinion after your investigation. Yung word na comply dyan is that accurate or not accurate?
Mr. Chair, this is the price analysis that was conducted 26 March 2021. The submission of bids came around June 8, I believe, June 8, 2021. So the offers came later. The offers from the bidders came later. But this is price analysis, as mentioned earlier. So,
somebody's trying to...
Can you not interrupt, Mr. Chairman, so we will understand
Paki-unmute na lang kung sino yung
Tapusin muna natin and then we will allow him to interject.
yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Attorney Santiago.
Opo. This was the price analysis conducted by PS-DBM, as I mentioned, 26 March 2021. Basically approaching the market, around 6 of them, and then asking or requesting for the prices against technical requirements or technical specifications. So then later on, the price from, hence the change in the approved budget for the contract. So it says here comply, but during the bidding itself, of course, that's totally a different thing, Your Honor, because that's already the offer and what is provided in their bidding documents, specifically the technical requirements or the technical submission.
Hindi, sa bidding ba, nagbago ba yung minimum?
Hindi po.
Hindi nga, di ba?
Opo,
So that
pareho
means,
din po.
in your market analysis, your people found a Dell Latitude 3420, which is compliant with the processor speed requirement. Linagyan ninyo comply. You found it in your market survey.
Here, Your Honor, this is the word comply is reflected here insofar as the market analysis is concerned.
Kaya nga, I mean, market analysis, paano ba yan? Siyempre, tinatanong din ninyo, what is the base speed? You know? And then, kino-confirm din siguro ninyo.
Yes,
Oh,
Your
and then, issue siya ngayon when it comes now to the actual execution of the contract, base speed of 1.8 gigahertz. Ganun na nangyari.
Perhaps, Your Honor, we put into context the procurement process. You got the planning stage, the selection, and the contract implementation stage. So the planning stage, this is that part.
Correct.
Looking at prices, looking at technical requirements, readiness of the market. And then we launch the selection process, the bidding process itself. So in the bidding process, then there's where the bidder will submit their offers. So dito po sa planning stage, ang sabi po nung prospective bidder, compliant siya. So nilagay po ng PS-DBM, comply. And then during the bidding process itself, yung submission ho ng actual offers, actual bids, doon na po kung nagbago yung kanyang specifications or hindi. And it all depend on the assessment of the Bids and Awards Committee, the verification, ascertainment, and validation, specifically during the post-qualification stage, Your Honor.
Executive Director at saka involved na yung ahensya mo to You're saving now the reputation of your agency. I'm sure nag-research ka na rin dito, di ba? Hindi ka you were not the head at this particular time, so,
Yes,
di ba?
yes,
But
Your
of course, you're still concerned about the reputation of the agency which you now head. Siyempre, di ba? As far as you know, hindi nagbago itong minimum technical specification of 1.9 gigahertz base speed. Hindi nagbago. Correct?
That's correct, Your
Correct.
Honor.
And you're aware that that's one of the issues, right?
Yes,
that
Your
the laptops delivered are slower. 1.8 gigahertz base speed. You're aware of that, di ba?
As to the performance, Your Honor, I cannot say, but then what was awarded was 1.8 gigahertz as opposed to 1.9 gigahertz.
Correct. O
Yes,
nga,
Your
so kaya nga I'm going back to this documented, which is a document prepared by PS-DBM. So kayo pala sa market analysis ninyo, when you enter the word comply dun sa column na yun or sa box na yun, sa cell na yun, comply, that comply word, because the supplier says they are compliant. Ganun pala.
Yes,
You
sir.
are not confirming it.
Not yet.
Sinusulat nyo lang.
Yes, purely, ano po yan, market analysis po kasi, whatever they say, the representation
Whatever
will
they
be,
say.
that will be reflected there. And then, offer will come later on po.
With the permission of Senator
So,
Pimentel.
Mr. Chairman, dala-dala pangalan ng ahensya nila eh. They issue this one, ahensya nyo eh. Kaya akala tuloy namin, na-imbestigahan nyo na. Yung pala, mga sekretary lang pala kayo ron, nag-encode. Ganun lang.
It will be best answered by Your Honor by the planning division who conducted the market analysis. But indeed, Your Honor, they approached the market, asked questions, and confirmed with them the representations naman po.
But let this be a warning for you under your watch yung PS-DBM kung ganyan lang din pala kayo. You're like robots. Kung ano sinabi, comply. Comply. Okay, next, comply. Ganun lang pala. And then you present this as a market survey or market analysis. Nami-mislead tuloy lahat ng tao. Akala namin may effort kayong pinuhos dyan. Wala naman pala.
Your Honor, just to clarify on that, what I mean by whatever they say is that if they say this, of course they make a comparison against their brochures, against their submissions. Hindi naman ho perfunctory na what they say is what will be reflected there. They also confirm it.
Which is more alarming. Kaya nga, doon pala, sa market survey ninyo, you found that Dell Latitude 3420 with a 1.9 gigahertz base speed. Kung gano'n kung sinabi nyo, hindi lang pala ito word lang, tinignan nyo pa yung mga specs sa brochure. You found it. Pero pagdating sa execution, hindi nagbago yung requirement na 1.9. 1.8 ang binigay.
With that confirmation, to confirm that, Your Honor, I would refer to the planning division people to confirm that.
Well, we will pursue this, Mr. Chairman, kasi medyo lalo na ako na-alarma na ganito. Ano ba ito? Anong klaseng, what kind of system do we have implemented by this pseudo department na hindi sinusupervise ng secretary ng DBM kasi autonomous daw. So, ang budget niya mas malalaki pa sa budget ng ibang departamento. Ang head niya hindi dumadaan sa CA. hindi natin mga kilala. We have a very big problem in our hands, and I'm even looking at the in aid of legislation part. Wala pa nga tayo sa accountability tungkol dito sa kontratang ito. Doon lang tayo sa in aid of legislation. This PS-DBM, can we save it or not? Kasi if we cannot save it, I think we have to erase it from our structure of government, Mr. Chairman. So thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel. If I may add something to your statement and manifestation a while ago, I have here in my possession, and I'm pretty sure, I have the inner conviction that some of the personalities here present, they're familiar with what Senator Pimentel is talking about. Deep within their hearts, alam nila yon kung saan yung butas dito. Hindi lang sila umiimik ngayon. All the comply documents are here with me. But what caught my attention is the PDI RFQ 22103-001 NSSE coming from another proponent, which later on became part of the joint venture. Instead of comply, the proponent made a remark, and I quote, "To leverage the latest generation of Intel, need to adjust base frequency to 1.8. So this came from your office, attorney. There is a certified true copy signature coming from one of your personnel, a certain Rowena Innocentes. So, alam niyo po ito. So, ganitong kaaga pa lang, March 17, 2021, alam na yung presyo na magiging 58,300. Ito na nga yung naging bahagi din ng joint venture. So, uulitin ko, merong mga tao sa silid na ito na alam talaga yung nangyari. Na dahil hindi pa natatanong, hindi pa nasasabi yung katotohanan. Just to add to that discussion, and I direct the committee secretariat to include all of these comply documents as part of our exhibits, Attorney Kimbo. Is Senator Angara here for your questioning?
Mr. Chairman?
If he's Senator JB Ejercito, but we see the face of Senator Antiveros. Senator Ejercito is now recognized. Do you have now the appropriate connectivity, Your Honor?
I hope so, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Yes. You have the floor, Senator Ejercito.
Yes, I'd just like to clarify, probably Secretary Briones or anybody from DepEd can answer that in my observation of the proceedings this morning, am I correct to say that this particular laptop purchase, it was PS-DBM who conducted the pre-bid, the bidding, and the purchase of the said laptops.
Is directed, Your Honor, to
DepEd, the DepEd. Anybody from DepEd, probably Secretary Briones.
Secretary Briones, you can delegate your answering to anybody who's more physically fit present here. Yung nakikinig lang. Either Yusek Sibilia, Yusek Pasqua, kung sino pong gustong tumulong kay Secretary Briones to answer the query coming from Senator JB Ejercito. Sino pong pwede
Just one sentence, Senator. Once we signed the memorandum of agreement, we immediately turned over the funds of 2.4 billion, and I issued a series of directives to the various officials of government of DepEd who should be responsible for dealing with the PS-DBM. My role was the signing of the agreement. Lahat sa kanila na yon. And we have done this with other agencies as well. Like sinabi ko kanina, we don't build school buildings ourselves. Sometimes another agency asks us to check kung may kuto ba yung mga bata. That's supposed to be the function of another agency. Pero tulungan ba? And where another agency has the better capacity or professional competence to engage in a government transaction, we pass it on to them, including the funds and the decision making. So it's not without precedent. Thank you, Mr. Senator. The others can probably add more information. Si Yusik Anbao, si Yusik
Okay na po yan, ma'am. Thank you very much for the clarification, Secretary Briones, that indeed in this particular transaction, it was really PS-DBM already who conducted from the bidding, pre-bid bidding and purchase. So I would just like to direct, Mr. Chairman, my question, just a few questions to PS-DBM. Can you please enlighten the committee as to the process or the procedure that is usually conducted when an agency or department endorses the procurement of any item to PS-DBM as the procuring agency?
Who will answer that? Attorney Santiago, or are you willing to answer? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The process po would be the submission of the agency procurement request together with the agency procurement request will be the technical requirements and of course the budget. No po. Under the memorandum of agreement, andun po yung mga budget, andun po yung mga documents na isasubmit ng procuring entity, in this case the DepEd, kay PS-DBM. Then as I mentioned earlier, PS-DBM will confirm the price. There are also occasions that...
So you are, if I may interject, you are relying on the memorandum of agreement as the basis.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. So yun yung sinabi ko kanina na mali-mali na nga yung memorandum of agreement, ginawang FDA, ginawang Department of Health. Di nyo nakita yun?
Nakita ko
ka?
po yun.
Nakita nyo yun?
Apo.
Naging FDA?
Meron
So
po.
hindi nyo rin kinwestiyon yun, ano?
I'm not yet there, Your Honor.
Kasi hindi naman gamot yung bibilin eh. Laptop?
Tablet po.
Go ahead, please
Apo.
proceed.
So, yun po. And then after that, we will launch the procurement process itself. There will be a pre-procurement conference. In this case, there are representatives from DepEd in our technical working group. And there's also a representative from DepEd in the Bids and Awards Committee.
Question na
under the
po.
MOA,
Before you continue, ilan po ang representative ng DepEd doon sa TWG tsaka sa Bids and Awards, sa Bids and Awards Committee?
the one that I saw, there are 3 representatives from DepEd. I cannot name the names now, Your Honor, but yeah, there are 3 representatives for the technical working group and 1 representative for the Bids and Awards Committee, Your Honor. The reason why there is an end user representative in the Bids and Awards Committee is that the PS-DBM serves as the procurement agent in this case, and the procuring entity would provide for the end user representative specifically for the technical know-how on what is to be procured.
Okay, before you continue, tanong ko lang po, no? You mentioned that there is one, yung end user is represented, in this case, DepEd, sa back.
Apo.
So can the agency or department dispute the decision of the PS-DBM?
Sorry, sir. I didn't get the question, sir. Sorry.
Can the agency or the department, in this case, the DepEd, dispute the decision of the DBM, the PS-DBM,
Can the representative, sir,
Question ni Senator JB, can the end user contradict the decision of PS-DBM? Is that correct, Senator? Your Honor?
Tama po. Tama. That's correct, Your Honor.
Your Honor, in this case, the representative of DepEd as end user becomes a member of the Bids and Awards Committee. That is a collegial body. There are 5 members put to the Bids and Awards Committee, 4 coming from PS-DBM, 1 from the end user. So when they make a vote, a majority would always prevail, Your Honor. So kung isa lang po yung DepEd representative that's against, at yung 4 po ay in favor, so the 4 will overturn or the vote of the DepEd director.
Parang meron tayong problem. In this case, ang end user has only ayon doon sa
Napuputol kayo, you're
specifications
choppy,
that-
Senator. Can you repeat that, Your Honor? You're
sige po.
a bit choppy.
Okay. In this case, may problema ho tayo kasi iisa lang ang representative ng end user, no? So, paano kung hindi according to the specification that they have set, so pwede siyang ma-output. Tama ho ba?
That's correct, Your Honor. But, Your Honor, there's also a technical working group in this case where DepEd is represented by 2 or 3 members. So the technical working group's findings will be presented to the BAC. And then based on those findings, the BAC may agree or disagree with the TWG. So, yun po, I mean, at least in the BAC, yes, there's 1 representative, but in the TWG, there's more.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May isang point pa ho ako. I'll just turn off my video para malinaw. May isang point pa ho. In the bid evaluation report, public bidding number series 21074-7, submitted to this committee, it appears that Advanced Solutions Incorporated submitted a bid which is much lower than the submitted bid of the joint venture of Sunwest Construction and Development Corporation, LDLA Marketing and Trading Incorporated, and VS Techs, or suppliers of the laptop for all the 4 lots. Ang tanong ko lang, who are the members of the BAC? Nasagot nyo na po to, no? Can you explain to the committee why Advanced Solutions was disqualified?
The grounds, Your Honor, are I don't have the records now, Your Honor, but I believe it's with respect to technical personnel, and I think also the carrying bag po, and others. And perhaps, Your Honor, the Bids and Awards Committee members are here. They can answer that po.
Can you, for the...
But let me remind the PS-DBM representative, anytime you go to a committee hearing, be prepared.
Yeah, yes, Your
Bring
Honor.
your folders with you. Do not answer us with that pro forma reply that you are not, you do not have the documents in your possession, that it is lodged with another planning committee, etc., etc. That's the reason why you are the resource person here. Bring your documents with you. Go ahead, Senator Estrada. There's ito.
For the record po, who are the members again of the Bids and Awards Committee and the Technical Working Group that approved the awarding of the contract to the joint venture? Yung, for the record na po, yung members ng BAC tsaka ng TWG.
The BAC members po are Director Abram Abanil, Engineer Marwan Amil, Paul Estrada, Armand Estrada, Vic Anthony Tubon, and Ulysses Mora, Your Honor, for the Special Bids and Awards Committee.
Sa TWG. Sa TWG po.
I just don't have the name now, Your Honor, but I'll provide that.
Yes, please. Please provide the names for the record of the committee of both the BAC, and the TWG. Last question,
Yes,
Mr.
Your
Chairman. How did the Bids and Awards Committee discuss and approve the specifications of the laptop? Is there an IT expert among the members who approved the specifications of the procured laptop? Kasi talagang napansin ko, talagang na-approve natin yung Celeron eh. That is the entry level na CPU, yung pinakamura. No? So, ano ba? Pwede niyo bang sagutin kung merong IT expert among the members who approved the specs of the laptop?
Your Honor, there was an initial findings on the submission of the bidder, and then the Bids and Awards Committee deliberated po. There's no IT expert, I believe, in the group at that time, Your Honor, when it was being deliberated, but the BAC deliberated based on their findings after a motion for reconsideration was filed by the bidder, Your Honor.
For that, Mr. Chairman, that will be for now. I will just be listening, but I think that the dual function of the PS-DBM, as based on executive orders, no, the PS-DBM acts as buying agent of other government agencies in the procurement of common use supplies and equipment, and at the same time, it is the trading arm of government in buying these materials and equipment. So mukhang dito ito mga dapat nating tignan din, Mr. Chairman. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Hercito. We take note of your manifestation relative to the need to really narrow the functions of PS-DBM. The next to question would be Senator Revilla, if he is around. Senator Bong Revilla. Senator Revilla is not around. We go to Senator Mark Villar. Is he virtually present? Senator Villar. If Senator Villar is not around, next to question is Senator Rafi Tulfo. Senator Tulfo, Your Honor, are you virtually present? Senator Tulfo. If Senator Tulfo is not around, the next to question is Senator Amy Marcos. Senator Amy Marcos, are you virtually present? So if Senator Amy Marcos is not around, we go to the next round, and that would entail the additional allocation of 5 minutes to the next questionnaire. So the next round will have Senator Pimentel to question, 5 minutes. That would be 10 minutes. Senator Pimentel would be allocated the additional time given to Senator Angara as agreed upon. So Senator Pimentel, you have 10 minutes. Just stay track. We're still in the pre-bid stage. Senator Pimentel, the Minority Leader, you have the floor.
I need I just need a few minutes, Mr. Chairman. So thank you. Attorney Santiago mentioned the MR. Can you give us more facts? Who filed that MR? And then, kasi I get information that one MR was unacted upon. The MR is the MR or MRs motions for reconsideration kung more than one man were filed before the PS-DBM, di ba? So can you tell us more about the motions for reconsideration?
In this case, Your Honor, there was a motion for reconsideration filed by the first lowest calculated bidder. This is Advanced Solutions Incorporated. So on the basis of non-presence of a technical support personnel, and I think also the bag, ano po, because in this requirement they need a ballistic nylon bag. Okay, so the bidder did not qualify there per the findings of the Bids and Awards Committee, and so they were declared post-disqualified. They filed a motion for reconsideration, but these were denied, Your Honor. And then, of course, the winning bidder also was disqualified first on 4 grounds. First would be again, the bag, the non-submission of a ballistic nylon bag. And then on the 1.9 gigahertz versus 1.8 gigahertz that was offered. And then, basically on those two, Your Honor, there are 2 others, but the third ground is also with respect to the carrying bag, Your Honor. But at the end of the day, the BAC decided to reconsider the decision to declare the bid of the joint venture, and then declare them the lowest calculated responsive bid in this case, Your Honor.
So the joint venture was acted upon, timely acted upon, and granted.
Yes,
The
Your Honor.
MR of Advanced Solutions, was it timely acted upon?
Yes, Your Honor. But it was
is the, anong tawag mo doon sa winner?
Lowest calculated responsive bidder.
Respondent na yung responsive na lowest calculated responsive bidder. Advanced solution, the lowest priced bidder, kasi hindi, sabi niya hindi siya responsive dahil sa bag. Filed daw an MR. Is this true or not true?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And then that MR remained enacted?
No po. No, it was denied, Your Honor.
That was also denied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so yan ang importante para ano. And then, sila na maghanap ng remedies nila, di ba? As an interested party. Okay, ito lang. Balik po ako dun sa ating price analysis so that you can improve your price analysis reports henceforth. I have seen the document cited by our chairman na yung parang response yata yung reply sa inyo ng market supplier or operator as you called them earlier, no? You reach out to 6, the 2 ignored, 4 responded. Nandun yung sinabi niya doon na to leverage something, to leverage the ano yung wording nun? To leverage our access to latest generation microprocessor, maybe lower the speed to 1.8 and then increase the cache to 4 MB instead of 2 MB. Sana yun ang, kasi sa dito sa inyong market price analysis report, for example sa Huawei, sa box ng Huawei on processor, the intersection of column Huawei and then the row processor, ang sinusulat ninyo 1.6 GHz base speed, 2 MB cache. Yun sulat ninyo. Okay, pagdating dun sa VST ECS Philippines Incorporated, sinulat ninyo comply. Sana sinulat ninyo yung entry na lang nila na to leverage, ganon, we lower the base speed to 1.8, di ba? Why wasn't that done in this case? Tinignan ko yung date This price analysis is March 26, 2021. That communication from the supplier, March 17, 2021. So basically, all the other entries comply, doon yung kinuha So how come in this particular instance on base speed, you did not do, your office, your pseudo department did not do what you did to other suppliers and what you did to other specifications? By copying the, if it's not exactly compliant, you just copy and put it there para on notice lahat that it's not 100% perfectly compliant. Ang ginawa nyo rito, inagay nyo comply. Yung mismong supplier, merong wording sana, kinuha nyo, dinagay nyo rito sa cell na ito. Why did this happen in this particular case, Attorney Santiago?
I agree with you, Your Honor, in the first place, but I can only guess because I was not there yet when this was being done.
Okay.
But yeah.
This price analysis document, dated March 26, 2021, is not signed. Tama ba yun? My copy is not signed, but do you have a signed copy?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's signed.
It's signed.
So it's properly signed. So it's just my copy which is not signed. So maybe we can ask nito mga taong nandito.
Senator Pimentel, with your indulgence, the comply leverage that you cited correctly involves VX Tex, and VX Tex eventually became part of the joint venture.
Correct.
So the 58,300 was really used as the basis. You're correct, Your Honor.
Correct. No issue on that, Your Honor. I'm just dito ko nakafocus actually sa report. This is actually a report na parang ang gusto niyo sabihin kaya nga sabi ko, sir, Mr. Chairman, talagang kailangan natin ng dictionary rito Price analysis. So, analysis, binibigyan tayo ng impression na may brain power na pinasok dito ng PS-DBM And then you put the word comply. Coming from a basic document which did not even say comply. Sinabi nila, ano sinabi nila? To leverage the latest generation of Intel, need to adjust base frequency to 1.8 gigahertz and better cache of 4 MB. Di sana kinuha yun ang nilagay sa box na yan. But that particular box, sinabi comply. Doon ako nagtataka, bakit Sa iba, Sa iba, very honest. Sa Huawei, 1.6 gigahertz base speed, 2 MB. Sa Global Technologies Incorporated, Acer Travelmate, P214, nakasulat din, 1.6 gigahertz processor speed. So, nakalabas po ang baraha. Di ba? Dito, nilabas nyo yung baraha. Sinulat sana rito yung exact words na yun. Pero ang linagay ninyo, PS-DBM document kasi to, that's why I'm saying ninyo, price analysis, comply. Attorney Santiago, wala ka kasi noong time na to.
Wala pa po, Your Honor.
Okay, who is in the PS-DBM structure, who is the one responsible or who was the one responsible for this March 26, 2021 document? Can you give us the name? And then sa next hearing, o kung wala siya rito, tatawagin natin. Yun lang yung basic tanong ko. Why did you not get that? Linagay mo sa iba, kinuha mo, comply, linagay mo, comply. Ito, may comments, hindi mo linagay. Bakit? So, sino po ito? Sino po? Can you name the position or can you name the person?
I just go over the document, Your Honor. I have the ones who prepared, the one who received, the one who approved, the one who recommended, and the one who approved eventually and part of both DepEd and PS-DBM, Your Honor.
Okay, I have a name here. Although yung copy ko kasi, I need a copy which is signed. But
Just to confirm.
sa akin po dito, conforme, ito na kasi nakikita ko siya rito Conforme Director Abram Abanil, Director for ICTS. So,
He's in front of you, Senator Pimentel.
yes, I know. So,
Diagonally in front of you.
so you've been listening, sir. Can you explain bakit sa iba we seem to be honestly reflecting pagdating po rito sa ito, you just use the word comply?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I cannot comment on that because the TWG was the one which prepared that document. We made our decisions based on that document as a member of the...
Director Abanil, sa lahat ng dokumento na basa ko, ikaw ang pinakamaraming pirma dito. Tapos ang sagot mo, I cannot comment. Lahat dito, may fingerprint ka dito Kahit Xerox ito, may signature ka. So, siguro mas mainam na sagutin mo na yung kasi naging bahagi ka rin ng TWG.
That's correct, Your Honor, no? But I am a member of the BAC, not a member of the TWG. We make our basis and decisions on what the TWG...
Not just that. Ikaw lahat itong pinagmula nito. Ikaw ang nag-recommend. Ikaw ang nagbigay ng specifications. Hindi lang fingerprint ito, footprints ang nandito po kung isa-isahin natin. I will have the time to ask the questions but let the minority leader pursue his questions. Senator Pimentel.
Yan po, Director Abanil, is that your signature under conforme and then above your name?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Oh, so that means you are agreeing to the prepared document. So hindi nyo to inanalyze? Pirma-pirma na lang tayo, parang ministerial lang?
No, Your Honor. We analyzed the document and that was the basis for proving yung quantities.
Did you not see the March 17, 2021 document from VST ECS Philippines? Nandun. Iba wording nila doon Hindi ko sa pagdating sa processor speed kasi mayroon pang greater than na-sign doon Greater than 1.9 yung sinabi niyo requirement. Words ang pinasok nila doon. To leverage, etc. Hindi comply. And yet sa document na hinanda ninyo, pinirmahan mo with conformity, comply ang nakasulat. Why?
Your Honor, to my recollection, hindi ko nakita yung document ng VSTEX. Ang nakita ko lang is itong document, Your Honor.
Ayun na nga. So, okay, kaya nga ito, for example, yung meron Mr. Chairman, tingnan nyo, may reviewed by Sharon Baile, ba yan? Tapos 4 pa. 4. So, paano? So, kung tatanungin natin si Miss Sharon, pagdating niya rito, sabi niya, I did not sign that kasi iba somebody 4. So, ano na po pa? Yun na kagabi, gusto nyo panoorin yung laro ng gilas, nagbasa ka na lang ng dokumento, nakapanood ka rin ng basketball game, puro pasahan ng bola. So, anyway, Director Abanil, your displaying signature except that you just signed trusting the people who prepared the document.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, what did you trust them in doing? Na nag-analyze sila? Ganun po ba yun? Or magaling lang sila na mga mag-encode na kung ano yung sinasabi, mga robot, kung anong sabihin comply, ilagay comply? Or did you trust them that they made some analysis?
That's correct, Your Honor. I trusted that the TWG made their due diligence in terms of conducting a price analysis. And nakita ko naman sa mga dokumento based on dito na ganito yung mataas na yung presyo compared to what we did in the Department of Education that was based in 2020 prices.
Hindi nga ako nakatingin sa presyo. Nakatingin lang ako doon sa preparasyon to qualify the product. Yun ang aking point. Diba? I mean, you're with DepEd, right, sir?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Well, you're the IT, di ba?
Yes.
You wanted laptops for your teachers with a base speed of not less than 1.9 gigahertz. Tama?
Tama yan, yes.
Tama. And then, these documents were preparing the product, the final item to be delivered. Less than 1.9 siya And yet dito sa analysis, price analysis, comply siya. Why? And the document has your signature. So why? You understand a base speed cash better than me. I'm sure. Oh, sigurado. Pero why did you sign?
Your Honor, as I mentioned earlier, ito lang yung pinakita sa amin na na document when we were doing the review. So that was also the basis of my signature.
Yan na nga, inahanda. Alam mo, mako-connect na natin ang connect the dots. Ang laro may laro talaga sa PS-DBM. Hinahanda ang mga items na mananalo. So I think that would be one of our conclusions, Mr. Chairman. Dito, kitang-kita yung basic document na pinanggalingan. Hindi kinote yung words ng linagay, comply. And then we have a person who is better than us in IT matters signing the document. That's a big problem. And then, ito, Attorney Santiago, ito bang si Sharon Bailey is with you or with the DepEd?
With PS-DBM, Your Honor.
With PS-DBM? Okay ka ba dyan na reviewed by a certain person but for? So somebody signs for the reviewer? Agree ka ba dyan sa practice na yan? What kind of practice is that?
That's the same observation that I had, Your Honor, when I saw this document.
Ako ngayon ko lang nakita but I'm shocked Ang copy ko kasi unsigned pero yan ang signature. So for? Imagine mo? Yan? Di ba layers yan? Di ba? Para ma-double check?
Yes, Your Honor.
So the double checker has a proxy to do it for her. Ganun ba nangyari dyan? In effect, di ba? Pag mag-4 ka, who's that? So whose signature is that? Attorney Santiago, andyan pa ba sa PS-DBM pa yan? Wala na.
That has to, I will have to confirm that, Your Honor. I will have to confirm whose signature is this.
I think this Sharon Baile is around.
Sharon Bailey is around. Pero although Mr. Chairman, ito na yung sabi ko sa yung pasahan ng bola, sasabihin nga niya na, hindi ko nga signature yan, may 4 Somebody sign for me.
So if Sharon Baile is not around, the committee secretariat is directed to issue the necessary notice to have Sharon Baile around. And the chair would also like to have Miss Cecilia Narido, also of the PS-DBM, to be invited here during the next hearing. So directed.
Paatras ako, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Paatrasan ko. So, you have PS-DBM people here with you, Attorney Santiago, di ba? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Whose signature is that? Baka naman yung taong nag-sign yan, yung 4 na present ngayon. Volunteer. Name yourself. Wala. Nobody wants to own that signature. Okay, sige. Anyway, that's the reviewed by. Patras tayo ngayon. Prepared by. Who is that? PMO in charge. That's your department.
Mr. Chair, nawala po yung audio.
Secretary?
Hindi pa.
Hindi pa. Counsel, can you administer the oath to Mr. Marwan? To Mr. Marwan.
Mr. Amil,
Okay, pakitayo lang po, pakitaas yung kanang kamay mo.
do you swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Please reply.
Please reply.
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you can proceed.
Okay, can I proceed? Can I continue? Oh, sige, you've been, nakikinig ka naman, sir, sa issue. So, paano nangyari to, sir? Ano nangyari dito na, meron namang ibang entries that, you divulge the base speed of the other products that, computer laptops that you surveyed. But, pagdating po rito sa de latitude, even yung communication sa inyo ng supplier, hindi nyo dinivulge, sinilagay nyo lang shortcut comply. Sige.
Sabi mo na kung anong trabaho mo sa PS-DBM, ganun katagal ka na. Your circumstances.
I was a PM in charge from the planning division. I am already 3 years in service with PS-DBM, Your Honor. With regards to the price analysis, we conducted a market survey, and we received 4 quotations, naming the Huawei, CTI, Bowman, and the VS-Tex. With regards to the VS-Tex processor of 1.9 with base speed of 2 MB cache. Based on the received quotation, Your Honor, we just we miss out on the statement of compliance of the
Missed out?
We didn't see it directly, Your Honor. That
Yung sinabi ko, yung to.
to leverage, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
to leverage.
We have a mistake right there. That's why we put it comply, since it's closer to the second requirement, which is a comply, Your Honor.
But sa iba, honest kayo, 1.6. Pagdating dito, tago, comply. Sa miss out, I mean, well, anyway, ako ngayon ko nga lang nakita yung documents although siguro because I have staff guiding me, but I do not know. As a PMO, I don't know how, I mean, what kind of people do you have there? Ano bang qualification ng tao na nalagay nyo dyan, Attorney Santiago? Oh, but si Mr. Marwan is engineer. You're an engineer. Anong klaseng engineer po yan?
Civil engineer.
Civil
Your Honor.
engineer. We are particular to details. We cannot miss out. Did you really miss out or
Yes, Your Honor.
Huh?
We mistakenly didn't see it properly, Your Honor.
Well,
But to add, Your Honor, with regards to the quotation,
hindi, I'm not surprised. Automatic naman yung price kasi I'm BS Mathematics din, sir, kaya medyo I could have also taken up engineering, no? 2.5 billion yung budget, total budget. If you lessen the number, tataas yung price. Ganun na yun. Automatic na yun. I'm not looking at the price doon ako sa item So, you missed out. Okay,
Senator
is
President,
this...
to clarify,
yes, sir.
siguro matanong ko na rin to si Mr. Marwan. Kanina, hindi mo directly nasagot yung tanong ni Senator Pimentel, pero lumalabas sa mga email exchanges, ikaw ang nag-i-email dito sa mga Huawei, sa lahat. If your email address is, ayokong banggitin dito, baka marami mag-email sa'yo. So, sa'yo nagsimula, kaya sumasagot sila.
yes, Your Honor.
So, parang hindi direct to the point yung sagot mo kanina kay Senator Pimentel. Dito, halimbawa, basahin ko yung isang sagot. Thank you for sending RFQ to Huawei. Huawei is a global brand and we are already number 3 market share in the Philippines based on GFK report of last year. So, you initiated all of this through email messages to prospective bidders. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the comply was just through email exchanges, tabletop analysis as to whether they can produce the rightful specs. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, yun siguro, Senator Pimentel, nasa kwarto lang siya nag-comply.
Yun na nga, but yun na nga, theoretically, on paper, may system nga sila, may review nga so that yung mga missed out ay hindi na po ma-miss out. So pagdating sa review, yung reviewer may proxy, pumirma ng 4, di yung na-miss out ay na-miss out pa rin. Now we have this from the representative naman of the procuring entity supposed to be or the requesting agency, nagconforme rin po si Director Abanil, trusting the entire system, that the system works. But the system does not work. So preparation, miss out. Sa review, I do not review. I have a proxy so that I can pass the ball pag may sumabog. Yan ang problema. Yan na po, Mr. Chairman, welcome to the basketball game that we do not see, that we do not get to see. Yan ang nangyayari. We only get to see it pagka may sumabog na.
For your insights, Minority Leader, we hope we can have you again in the next round.
But in the next hearing, Mr. Chairman, yun nga, we need the reviewer and the person who signed for the reviewer, so that we can ask the missing out. Yeah. Do you have the identity, Mr. Chairman, already of the person who signed for Sharon? Because there's a
Attorney
signature.
Santiago, are you familiar with the name Maria Cecilia Narido?
Your Honor, I think she's the director of one bureau in the Department of Budget.
DBM.
Apo.
So, signatory din siya dito. Ito, yung hinahanap ni Senator Cayetano, Marites. Meron palang Marites. What about Marites Ablay?
Sharon Bailey.
Sharon is part. Sharon Baile, Chief Procurement Division 1. We will send the corresponding notice. You're directed, COMSEC, to do that. So next to question is
Your Honor.
who is
Ann Sibilia po
Yes,
from
Yusek.
DepEd. Director Cecil Narido is my counterpart in the Department of Budget and Management. They are the one who releases the SARO and the approval of the modification, but they do not have a role in the DBMPS po. Just to correct po, Director Cecil Narido.
Yes, but we will likewise need her presence.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
Because the approval, part of that basketball team passing and plays would likewise require her presence. I've seen her name several times. So next to question would be Senator Cayetano, plus the allotted time of Senator Revilla, if Senator Revilla is not around. So, Your Honor, you will have 10 minutes, but stick to the track. We're still in the pre-bid phase. We are not yet going to the bidding and awards.
Thank you very
Your
much,
Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, pre-bid, and I will also take it a step backward before the pre-bid. Okay. May I continue the question, and I thank the Minority Leader for his questions kay Director Abanil. Sir, hindi ka lang ba, ikaw ay Director ng ICTS, tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So, is your signature part of your ministerial or discretionary powers?
I signed in this document, sir, as the ad hoc member of the Department of Education.
Yes, but is it discretionary or is it Ministerial. I can explain if you want.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Ministerial, ibig sabihin, wala kang choice. It's just part of your body. You check. So, pag sinabing 10 ba yan, 10 pirma ka. Yung discretionary, titignan mo. At pwede mong hindi pirmahan kung wala sa ayos yun.
It would be yung
Wala ka bang choice kung hindi pirmahan to o pwede mong hindi pirmahan kung tingin mong hindi ayos?
pwede kong hindi pirmahan, Your
Oh,
Honor.
so discretionary.
That's
So
correct.
you cannot now say that yun kasi ang desisyon ng board. Okay, now, sino nag-utos sa'yo na pirmahan mo to?
Wala naman, Your Honor. This is based on the...
Can you take a second and think about it because ikaw ang makukulong? Did anyone tell you, eto decision namin, ganyan, pirmahan mo yan?
Wala, Your Honor. This
Okay.
was based on our on the documents that were on hand.
Yes, the document on hand says that from 35,000, 58,000 na. And
That's
if you
correct.
said it's discretionary, that means despite all the systems of DBMPS, you had the duty to check whether or not yun ang presyo. Do you have a cell phone, sir?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you use Google?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you even Google 58,000 kung ano pwede mong bilhin na laptop for 58,000?
Hindi na, Your Honor, but per the price analysis, there's also, in the last column, PS-DBM also did an internet search kung
Yes,
paano yung...
that is
presyo.
if your duty is ministerial, wala kang sabit. Pero pagka discretionary, ibig sabihin, on your part, kailangan mong tignan. You are signing for what, DepEd?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So may check and balance dito. So ibig sabihin, kung DBMPS lang ang nag-overprice, walang sabit ang DepEd. I'm not talking individuals, I'm talking about the agencies or the department. But because you signed, if there is a finding that this is grossly overpriced, sabit ka, sabit din ang DepEd.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay. If you had, or if you have children, apo, pamangkin, will you buy them an HP worth 25,000, 30,000 or an MacBook Air?
Your Honor, I would prefer an HP.
That is half the price.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So you'll buy 2 HPs.
That is correct.
But will you pay the price of MacBook Air for the HP?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, but that's what you signed.
Your Honor, I base my decision kasi on the price analysis and also yung naririnig ko din in the market.
Yes,
at that
because
time.
it's pera ng gobyerno at wala tayong pakialam pagka pera ng gobyerno. Pero pag sarili natin pera, titignan muna natin yan. Yun nga problema natin sa gobyerno eh. If you only had 35,000 pesos or even if you had 60,000 pesos, you would have Googled it or sent someone to the store. Magkano to, magkano to. Pero panibasa pera ng gobyerno, pinirmahan na lang natin. So for the price of a MacBook Air, bumili tayo ng kalahati ang presyo. That's the issue here. And sorry sir, I'm not grilling you for the sake of grilling you. I'm saying this so that hindi na to maulit and all of you will take your signatures seriously. Diba? Kailangan serious tayo sa pagpirma dito. Serious naman siguro sir kung makulong ka. Kung hindi ka kung wala ka dito at wala kang kickback dito at walang binigay sa iyo, kawawa ka naman. Ikaw ang ginawang scapegoat. Ang problema sir, yun ang pirma. So let me ask now Yusek, Allan, is this the only document or is there any other document from DBM to DepEd asking nga na mas konti at 58,000?
Your Honor, yun lang reply na action document na binigay
So
nila.
to be fair to you, ito yung sinasabi mong wala kang pirma.
Yes, sir.
Who above Director Abanil approved this? Sabi niyo may technical working group? Director Abanil lang ba mag-isa nag-approve nito na instead of 35,000, 58,000 units? I mean pesos and then less units? O meron bang higher body or person na nag-approve?
Wala na, Your Honor. Yan lang yung document na nakita namin, Your Honor.
Director, sabi mo may working group na nag-approve o ikaw lang nag-approve?
Ako with the other back members, Mr. Chair.
Why are the other back members included when you already said na kaya nyo ipinasa sa DBMPS kasi walang time ang back nyo? Ba't hindi na lang kayo sa back ang nagbid nito?
Your Honor,
With the permission of Senator Cayetano.
Yes.
I have here in my possession this is part of the sworn statement given by the former secretary and in letter D thereof. One of the strands mentioned would include that all digital education, information technology, and digital infrastructure is the responsibility of the Information and Communications Technology Service, ICTS, headed by Director Abanil and supervised by Undersecretary Pascua. For the record, Your Honor. Coming from the sworn statement of Secretary Briones. Thank you.
To be fair to both gentlemen, no? Yusek, did you give him instructions to sign this?
No, Your Honor. I only saw the documents during this time.
No is sufficient for me, no? Secondly, did he show you this document? Nagpaalam ba siya? Sir, pinapalitan ng DBM PS na from 35 to 58,000.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Director, you are under supervision of the USEC. Do you confirm na hindi kanya inutusan at hindi mo to pinakita sa kanya?
That's correct, Your Honor. We just consulted each other lang, Your Honor.
Sorry, magkaiba yung sagot. You consulted each other at yung hindi ka nagpaalam, hindi ka inutusan, yung magkaiba? If you consulted each other, ibig sabihin, nagpaalam ka. So, nagpaalam ka ba sa kanya o hindi? Nagsabi ka ba sa kanya, sir, meron nito, anong gagawin ko? O sir, pinirmahan ko to, anong totoo?
I consulted with my Undersecretary, Your Honor.
Can you elaborate, how did you consult? So, before you signed?
Yes, Your Honor. We message each other regarding the
And after that, anong sagot niya sa'yo?
We proceed as, Your Honor, as, nanggagaling kasi yung recommendation sa akin, Your Honor.
Yes.
And I
So,
recommended
ang
that
point ko, what did you do? You took a screenshot, sent it to him, or you just text him na, sir, may request ang DBMPS na ipalitan, So, did you just inform him or did you consult him?
I informed him, Your Honor.
Oh, so you didn't consult him? Sir, yung consultation kasi, di ba, kumbaga, kung tayo, sir, kung ikaw, boss ko, sabihin ko, Director, eto yung ano tingin mo? Yung inform, Director, eto yung lumabas, pinirmahan ko na to, ha? So, informing is just telling him, but consulting is getting his opinion, if I'm not mistaken, no? So again, sir, just to clarify, did you inform him or did you consult him?
I informed him and gave my recommendation, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, no, if you gave his recommendation, ibig sabihin, hindi pa final yon. So, did he approve your recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor.
How? Tacitly? Or hindi lang siya sumagot o sinabi go?
Nasabi sa akin na proceed, Your Honor.
Verbal or text or sulat?
Verbal to, Your Honor.
Verbal. So anyway, Yusek, do you want to say anything? Because you have conflicting testimony, so one of you here will be guilty of perjury.
On the basis of the documents, Your Honor, ngayon ko lang talaga nakita ito during the proceedings.
Yes. No, but sir, to give you a chance nga, sir, sabi niya, kinonsult ka daw niya at sinabi mo daw verbally, go.
Hindi ko naman sinabing verbally go yan, sir. Nung kinoconsult kami tungkol dito sa quantity, logical yung binibigay ng DBM. Wala tayong magagawa kasi wala naman tayong pandagdag na pera. Kasi yun ho ang inihingi nila is dagdag na pera.
Sir, para lang hindi tayo makonfuse, what I want to know is, siya lang ba nag-decide to o kasama ka ba sa nag-decide nito?
More or less, sir, nung nagdi-discuss kami, ang sinabi ko lang dyan talaga, ang usapan namin, wala tayong magagawa dahil ito yung recommendation ng DBM.
Yes.
Babaan ang quantity.
So pumayag kayo, sir?
More or less, sir, yun na yung process namin. Babaan yung quantity.
Okay.
Dahil yun ang option na binigay sa amin ng DBM.
So that's clear, no? Na dalawa kayong pumayag dito. So let me transfer naman sa DBMPS. Bakit ganito yung form nyo? Nakalagay sa ilalim ng checklist lang, oh. Reduce quantity. Hindi ba medyo intellectually dishonest to? Kasi hindi mo lang ni-reduce yung quantity, in-increase mo yung price. I don't mean to put you on the spot, Director Santiago, kasi wala ka pa naman nito, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino makakasagot nung sa form na to? Yung wala pa dito ngayon? Oh, si Sharon nandito, wala rin. Oo. But can you double check this, Director, para hindi mangyari ulit? Are you familiar with the term a pregnant question?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, this is a pregnant question when put it this way, di ba?
Yes,
So, ang problema sa mga taga-DepEd, you cannot just keep saying pumayag lang kayong ibaba yung quantity kasi kung titignan mo nga, hindi nakalagay yung quantity eh. Yung price lang eh. Yung price lang ang binaba, no? Okay. Director Santiago, quick lang to just because we want to make sure hindi na to mangyari ulit, no? You know how to fix bids?
No, Your Honor.
Marunong ka mag-fix ng bids?
I can prepare bidding documents, Your Honor, but I'm not,
No,
involved in
be honest with me. This is not a judgment or a trick question to get you in hot water. But be honest, kung magkabarkada tayong dalawa lang at sasabihin ko sa'yo, and I'll ask the same kay Yusek Alin, alam mo ba kung paano ayusin yung bids?
As a matter of fact, Your Honor, no. I always look at the law and the rules in the preparation of bidding documents.
Can I ask the same thing kay Director? Director, marunong ka mag-fix ng bids?
No, Your Honor.
How about you, Yusek Alin?
No, Your Honor.
Hindi dapat kayo nasa back. Hindi ka dapat sa procurement. Alam niyo bakit? Kasi kung hindi niyo alam kung paano i-fix yung bids, paiikutan kayo. Hindi ko tinanong kung kayo ay nag-fix ng bids. Tinanong ko kayo, marunong ba kayo mag-fix ng bids? Kung hindi kayo marunong mag-fix ng bids, mag-aral muna kayo. Do you get my question now, Director Santiago?
Yes, Your Honor, but
Do you intend to stay in DBS procurement?
Yes, Your Honor, because
So do you commit to me and this committee that pag-aaralan mo kung paano mag-fix ng bids?
Your Honor, to be candid, Your Honor, as part of the reform group in the crafting of the IRR, I know the law and the rules. I was even part of the support group.
Yes, and can you craft it kung hindi mo alam kung paano
I would
nagpapalusot?
know and I would see, Your Honor, if there's something wrong in the bid submission, Your Honor.
So you're changing your answer, which is not a bad answer.
No, Your Honor, I was saying is that I know how to look at whether there's
Yes.
violations of the law and the rules. Or the
Director, I'm not trying to trap you here.
No, Your Honor. just
Ang
giving a
sinasabi
candid
ko
answer.
nga, pag hindi nyo alam kung paano dayain ang bidding, hindi mo mahuhuli yung nandadaya ng bidding. Tama?
Makikita ko po, Your Honor, kung meron pong
Kaya nga,
pagkakamali sa
edi alam mo
selected
kung
bids.
paano. Hindi mo naman makikita kung hindi mo alam paano eh.
Because I know the law and the rules, Your Honor, so I would know and recognize. Yes, Your Honor.
And did you watch the movie Catch Me If You Can?
I have not seen it, Your Honor.
O, panurin nyo. So yung nagdadaya ng cheque, si Leonardo DiCaprio, di ba? Caprio, kinuha ng FBI, hinuli. Tapos siyang ginawang consultant dahil siya pinakamagaling, mas maraming nahuli. Di ba? So for example, sir, dito pa lang sa pagtingin, again, sir, bago ka, hindi kita inaano dito, I just wanna make sure hindi nga mangyari to ulit. Huwag kayong mahiya na sabihin, alam nyo kung paano. Pag tinanong ko kay Senator Bato, alam mo ba kung paano gumawa ng krimen? Yes. Kasi pulis siya eh. Hindi niya naman mahuhuli yung kung hindi eh, di ba? So, katulad nito, bakit hindi hiniwalay sa bidding yung bags? O, sino nag-ayos nito? Di ba kasama sa bidding na kailangan may kasamang bags? Pinag-uusapan nyo kanina ni Senator Pimentel.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, so let me ask Director kasi ikaw yung from the DepEd. Bakit hindi hiniwalay ang bidding ng bags?
Your Honor, lahat ng mga procurements natin ng mga laptops, sinasama na namin yung bugs. Kasi mahirap naman, baka mag-fail yung bidding ng bugs if you unbundle it. Ba't walang bug yung...
Yes, yan yung magandang sagot, pero yan yung lokohan na sagot. Ako tanungin mo bakit? Punta ka sa store ng Apple, meron bang official na Apple na bag? Hindi lahat ng computer stores ay gumagawa ng computer bag. Ang tawag doon, third-party supplier. Kaya nyo sinasama sa bidding yung bag para pag mas mataas ang presyo, sabihin nyo, sir, sila lang nagsusupply eh. Pero kung tinanggal mo ang bag at pumunta ka sa Huawei, pumunta ka sa Samsung, pumunta ka sa HP, pumunta ka sa Lenovo, mas maraming magbibid. Dapat alam nyo kung anong hinihiwalay sa bid. Kaya ako tinanong dito sa hearing na to, kung alam ba natin paano dayain ito o hindi. Kasi dito tayo sa pre-bid, Mr. Chairman, ito po yung sinasabi kong before pa the pre-bid. Etong ABC, dyan mo makikita pag dyan pa lang may lokohan na tayo. Di ba? So, going back, Director Santiago, just to make sure, again, sir, I'm happy you're here and...
May interject? Yung sagot ni Director Santiago and the reminds me of a quote coming from a former Justice of the US Supreme Court, Potter Stewart, when he was asked to define what pornography is. You know what he answered? I don't know what pornography is, but I know one when I see one.
No, with that clarification, sir, and your answer, Director Santiago, I take your answer. I know it's hard to say, alam namin gawin yan, baka ma-misinterpret. So I will take your answer. If you see it, you will know it. But I think you also know what I mean, na kapag ka alam mo yung mga style nila, mahuhuli mo, di ba? And trabaho mo mahuli kung may nagloloko sa mga magpro-procure under you, no? Medyo mahaba at complicated yung procurement law, no? But let's make it easy. So if you wanted to buy computers, on one hand, walang nagbibid sa 35,000. On the other hand, overpriced ang 58,000. Under the procurement law, what can we do? Not talking about the past, I mean under your administration in the future.
Actually, Your Honor, when we prepared the approved budget for the contract, provision of the law says it has to be judiciously and conscionably prepared.
Yes. So assuming that's that, and assuming totoo yung sinabi nilang walang supply, magfe-fail yung bid. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Then you can advertise and pwede mo i-bid ulit, di ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Magfe-fail na naman yung bid. After that, pwede ng negotiated sale, di ba?
Under the law and the rules, yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
So, kung ako ang nasa posisyon nung former directors, pina-fail ko na lang yung dalawang bid, ginugol ko na kung magkano yung HP, magkano yung Apple, magkano yung Samsung, magkano yung Lenovo, pwede na ako mag-negotiate sa kanila, di ba?
That can be done, Your Honor.
Oh, but we didn't do it here. That's why, excuses, Mr. Chairman, yung sinasabing meron nga 25 pero etong 58 because I was already a congressman since 98 when the good now Secretary of Finance and our good friend who passed away, Nonoy Andaya, di ba, did the amendments to the procurement law. Hindi ano yan, hindi static yan. That's flexible to... naalala ko, tanong ko sa kanila sabi ko, paano yun, sir? Kung ang ballpen sa national ay 5 pesos, Nagbid akong 5 pesos. Lahat ng bid 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pesos. Sabi niya, sir, under this law, pwede kang sa national bumili. Meron lang konting flexibility, di ba? Kung 5 pesos, kasi kung matagal magbayad ang gobyerno, let's say 6 months, so kung lalabas 550, halimbawa, 10%, within the, ano yan, yung sinabi mo, yung kinanvas at yung pag-ano ng agency, di ba? Pero kung 5 pesos sa National Bookstore and they're willing to supply, and then sa bidding 10 pesos, napakasira naman ng ulo natin at napakawalang yan naman natin sa taong bayan na doble ang ating bibilin. Meron naman dyan negotiated sale, di ba? Okay, last point, no? So, Yusek Alain, sino nag-decide na laptop ang dapat bilhin? Kanina, inumpisahan ko yung na you were in consultation with some of your colleagues, with members of Congress. Hindi tayo nag-committee hearing dyan, strictly speaking. We created a defeat COVID committee. And then on the floor na tayo nag-usap-usap and you were there consulting. Di ba we had the options to buy tablets?
Yes, Your Honor. In
Okay.
fact, Your Honor, the first option is smart schools.
Yes.
But we advise that it is so difficult to implement the smart schools under the pandemic.
Yes, but the purpose was simple, blended learning. And dalawa nakita natin problema na agad-agad madaling solusyonan. Yung equipment ng teacher para maturuan niya yung bata at yung tablet or cellphone ng bata kasi karamihan ng mga bata wala rin naman silang equipment. Ang mas malaking problema yung mga lugar na walang internet, katulad kay Senator Ejercito, na-delay tuloy siya kasi mahina yung internet kanina.
Gentleman has 1 minute.
So, if you chose to buy iPads instead, nung sinabi na nung DBM na, sir, sorry, 58,000, instead of 40,000 computers, if you bought iPads below 10,000 and there's so many units, that's 240,000 pieces. On the other hand, if it was 15,000 below, at sa 15,000 below, more than 9 inches na yung laki nun, you would have been able to buy 160,000 tablets. On the other hand, in Bayanihan 1, at dun ko nakuha yung 10,000 pag-asa at plataforma. In Bayanihan 1, we gave 10,000 people to all Filipino families, 2 gives 5,000, 5,000. Kung ganito din lang pala mangyayari sa atin, ba't hindi na lang tayo nag-canvas sa mall at binigyan na lang natin ng cash ang mga estudyante, ang mga teachers? Sila na lang bumili ng laptop nila. So let me ask you this question. Is there anything in the law that prohibited DBM and DepEd from giving those teachers and those regional directors a certain amount na sila na ang bumili ng laptop nila?
I may not answer that, Your Honor, because that's a law, a legal interpretation
Yes,
of the law.
I'll give that to you. O, the lawyers of DepEd, aking mga kumpanyero, kumpanyera, wala ho ba tayong nag-raise ng hands yan? Boss, mayaman yung ibang teacher. Baka bigyan natin 25, dagdagan niya, mas maganda computer niya. Boss, baka mas mabilis, baka 1 buwan lang to. Namigay nga tayong 10,000 kada pamilya through DSWD. Anyway, the Vice President is now the DepEd Secretary, and of course, I hope that during this time it was still Ma'am Liling. Can we consider that in all departments? Na kapag mamimigay tayo, bag, computer, whatever, sa teachers, sa estudyante, sa retirees, etc., if it becomes too complicated, kung ready to wear or katulad ng computer, kung damit na ready to wear, tapos kung computer na dyan mo lang kukunin sa mall or whatever, pwede yun eh. Kung sasabihin mo kasing, halimbawa, kailangan, let's say, uniform ng mga taga-Senate, di ba? Either we give them cash and we have someone na you bid it out na may ended learning. Hindi naman to hindi naman to what you call this you're not doing films, you're not doing you know, that high specs, you're not doing supercomputing o ano man ang tawag nila dito, no? So, to be fair, this is hindsight, and everyone is a genius in hindsight, Mr. Chair. So I'll stop there. But I really want this to be the last hearing on overpriced anything. So sana po maging learning experience itong hearing na to at hindi na maulit sa ibang mga departamento, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to the insights given by the former Speaker of the House. The next who will ask questions would be Senator Padilla, Robin Padilla, if he's around. He's still.
So, Chairman, I think he's still busy changing the Constitution.
Next will be Senator. By the time we're over, the Constitution might have been amended already. The next one to ask question will be Senator Bongo. If Senator Bongo is virtually present. If not, we go to Senator Ejercito, if he's around, still around. If Senator Ejercito is not around, Senator De La Rosa is not here. He has joined the constitutional amendment hearing. Probably he would wanted to be 10-star general, the PNP. So next would be Senator Gatchalian, and you will claim the time allotted to Senator Villar. So you have 10 minutes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank
on
you.
On the same phase of pre-bid, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But Mr. Chair, you were with me when we were hearing the. You were with me in the Education Committee when we were trying to navigate through the pandemic. And I remember clearly you were suggesting many ways of moving forward for our learners. And it was really a challenge. And I commend the DepEd family through the able leadership of Secretary Briones to continue education and to continue to teach our children education. One of the big challenges there was how to continue learning through the pandemic, during the time of the pandemic. And one of the things that we transitioned in is from face-to-face learning to distance learning, preferably online learning. So online learning was the mode because that was being done in most advanced countries. But we found out that a lot of our students, many of our students, as well as teachers, do not have laptops and gadgets. This actually prompted me to file a bill, what I call the One Learner, One Laptop Bill, to solve this issue. But Congress heard the problem and we allocated monies. We allocated 4 billion pesos to buy gadgets for our teachers and our learners. Hence, we are here right now trying to exert accountability on that amount that we allocated. So, Mr. Chair, I was I was shocked and also dismayed when I heard this incident, knowing fully that our teachers and our learners were really struggling to buy laptops and gadgets. And Yusek Ann knows about this because we would always talk about that during budget hearing, especially under the pandemic. So when I heard about this issue, I did my own research because all LGUs actually experience the same thing. And that's why Valenzuela also bought its own share of laptops. We couldn't wait for the national agencies to give us laptops, so in Valenzuela, we bought our own. So I called our procurement office last night to ask about the laptops that we procured actually over the past few years, but I took the most recent procurement, and I found out that the City of Valenzuela bought 4,400 units. I'm flashing it on the slide, Mr. Chair. 2.7 gigahertz. And the amount is about 19,990 pesos per unit. No?
almost a third of the price that PS-DBM bought. And the specifications, if you look at the speed, is way much faster. No? So let me just flash the comparative slide. So the City of Valenzuela, in terms of just on the processor alone, the specifications from DepEd through PS-DBM is 1.9 gigahertz, and they priced it at 58,000 pesos. But Valenzuela bought its laptop. The specification is 2.7 gigahertz, priced at 19,900 pesos. No? So I was double shocked, Mr. President, to see such amount. And we're also a government agency. City of Valenzuela is also a government agency. 4,000 units is not a small amount, Mr. Chair. So sa aking isip, kung nakakabili ang Valenzuela ng ganitong amount, bakit hindi nakabili ang PS-DBM ng ganitong amount? No? That's my the question that went to my mind, Mr. President. So going into the question, Mr. President, I would like to continue where Senator Pimentel left off on the bidding, on the price analysis, Mr. President, because I saw the slide earlier on the price analysis. I would like to ask Mr. or Engineer Amil Cabanil? Abanil?
Abanil, Director Abanil, Abram Abanil.
No, Engineer Amil, because he's the one who prepared this price analysis.
Still here.
This is actually a fundamental or basic document, Mr. President. It starts from here. And the price determination starts from this document, Mr. President. So I would like to ask Engineer Amil on how, can you walk us through the process, Engineer, on how you generated this price analysis document, which you prepared and, of course, exceedingly approved by other personalities. And walk us through, step by step, kung paano mo nakuha itong presyo, paano mo nakuha itong mga supplier. Walk us through.
Yes, Your Honor. During the planning stage, the planning division, our division, shall send the RFQ to a minimum of 3 manufacturer suppliers in compliance with the requirement.
What is RFQ? Just for the
request for quotation, Your Honor.
Okay.
And then the PMOIC or the planning division promptly collect the responses to the RFQ and evaluate the completeness of the quotations for the compliance and information requested.
Who sends out the RFQ? Sino ang nagpadala mismo ng RFQ?
The planning division.
Who?
Your Honor.
Is it you?
Yeah. Yes.
So ikaw ang nag-imbita ng supplier?
Yes, I was the one who sent the request for quotation.
To the different suppliers?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many suppliers did you send the RFQ to?
I sent 6 suppliers, Your Honor.
6 suppliers. And how did you determine which suppliers to send it to?
The suppliers are common suppliers of PS-DBM for laptops, Your Honor. The one who always attends or...
But who determines the common supplier, and how do you determine how common is common? Is supplying 1 time, 2 time, 3 time common? How do you determine that if a supplier is common?
Suppliers, Your Honor, the ones that joins actively on the bidding, Your Honor.
Is there a list of common supplier?
Yes, Your Honor, on the website, Your Honor.
There's who accredits the common supplier?
It was based on the notice of award on the website, Your Honor. PS website.
Hindi. So nagpadala ka sa 6 na supplier, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And itong 6 na supplier supposedly are common suppliers.
Yes, the one who always attends the...
Meron bang list ang PS-DBM na ito ang mga common suppliers? Meron bang ganun na na-generate?
The suppliers I was sent, Your Honor, was based on the... I based it on the notice of award, Your Honor.
Hindi. Notice of award of...
That was awarded during the later years, Your Honor.
No. I just want to focus on the list of common suppliers. Meron ba tayong accredited, duly approved by PS-DBM on who are the common suppliers for laptops?
I think so, Your Honor.
Meron o wala?
Meron, Your Honor.
Meron. So merong list. Tama ba, Attorney Santiago? Is there a list, approved list of common suppliers for laptops?
As a matter of fact, Your Honor, we have done away with the pre-qualification concept. So an accreditation concept is not recognized under the law and the rules. And our records do not bear that we have a list of common laptop suppliers.
So
we have
there's no-
suppliers of laptop, but they're not the one that you go to always.
Is there a definition for common suppliers, Attorney Santiago?
None, Your Honor. We have a definition for common use supplies, Your Honor, but not for common suppliers.
Okay. The engineer, so itong 6 na suppliers, kung walang list, accredited list, wala ring definition ng common suppliers, sino pumili nitong 6?
Yes, Your Honor. The 6 suppliers were chose
Ikaw
during
lang?
Planning stage.
No, sino nga pumili? Sino yung nagpadala ng RFQ doon sa 6 na supplier?
Ako po, Your Honor.
So
Ako
ikaw lang ang pumili ng 6 na supplier?
Yes po. Bale, based po siya sa mga active supplier po ng laptop.
Yeah, but wala naman tayong accredited list, wala namang definition ng common supplier. So ikaw lang ang pumili kung sino ang tingin mong active. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's discretion mo pumili kung sinong papadalan.
I think that was randomly, Your Honor. Before we proceed, Your Honor, we acknowledge the stress surrounding now Secretary Briones. Ma'am, if you want to go to the restroom, you may do so. We are asking the Senate physician to have you checked as well, ma'am. Can the Secretariat escort outside the hall Secretary Briones to have her checked by the Senate physician and probably go to the restroom as well. Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to, on the topic, so discretion, tama ba? Discretion mo lang kung sinong papadala ng supplier.
Yes, Your Honor. Because, Your Honor, we have only a minimum of 3 suppliers per requirement, Your Honor.
Yeah, but the selection of the suppliers is at your discretion. So kung, for example, kung meron kang kakilalang supplier, yun lang papadalan.
Hindi naman po.
So, have you met any of the suppliers? May kilala ka bang mga laptop suppliers?
None, Your Honor.
So itong mga 6 na suppliers na pinadala mo, kakilala mo itong mga ito?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Hindi mo kilala yung may-ari, hindi mo sila nakausap ni minsan?
Through RFQ lang po, Your Honor.
Through RFQ lang?
Request for quotation po.
But have you met them outside? Have you met them in your office? Have you interacted with them?
Not, Your Honor.
For the record, who are the 6 suppliers that you sent the RFQ to?
We have Huawei, Your Honor. Columbia Technologies, Inc. Bowman Technologies, Inc. VST ECS Phil Incorporation. We have the Advanced Solution Incorporation and the Switch Apple, Your Honor.
Advanced Solution
Incorporation
and
Switch Apple.
Which Apple? But again, you're the ones who selected these suppliers based on your own judgment that they are common suppliers.
Yes, because they provided laptops, Your Honor. They
Attorney,
are an IT company, Your Honor.
Attorney Santiago, do you think this is a there's so much discretion given to someone who collects basic information that is a source of the decision? Is this the proper procedure, Attorney Santiago? Because parang para sa akin, laking discretion to eh.
Your Honor, under the, say for example, you do shopping, you do small value procurement under the rules. The rule is that you approach at least 3 suppliers, no, and then the purchasing officer or the procurement unit or procuring unit can approach 3 suppliers. I believe that they refer to, or more often they refer to what's listed in PhilJeps, no, PhilJeps registered suppliers. Normally, they can be platinum registered suppliers. So that's the reference, Your Honor. But yes, they will have to choose from those lists or go out of those lists and go to the physical market to do the canvas, Your Honor.
I'll go into later on. No? I'll tell you why there's so much discretion given to people who prepare this analysis. I'll go back to Engineer Amil. Itong 6 na supplier, are they registered PhilJeps suppliers?
As far as I know, Your Honor.
Have you checked personally?
During sending of request for quotation, not, Your Honor.
So hindi mo chinek kung PhilJeps, kung accredited sila ng PhilJeps at the very least?
Based on the, since they are always supplying for PS-DBM of laptop, I think they are a registered PhilJeps.
Well, I guess let's put on record that you did not personally check if these suppliers are PhilJeps suppliers or not. You just assume that they're PhilJeps suppliers. I'll go to another question, Engineer Amil. Nakita ko dito, no, approved budget for the contract price, 58,300. How did you come up with this number?
This is based on the submitted request for quotation from supplier, Your Honor.
But how did you, is there a formula that you use to come up with this? Mayroon bang high, low, the low, is there a formula? Is there a some form of logic why 58,000 was the approved budget? Because ito yung ginamit na rationale, no, for the bidding proper. Initially, it was 35,000, but it was raised to 58,000 because of your analysis na 58,000. So how did you come up with this 58,000?
We come up on the 58,000, Your Honor, because of the lowest received quotation, Your Honor, and the complying on the technical specification, Your Honor.
The lowest complying supplier. So who is that? Ano yung lowest complying supplier?
VSTES.
VSTES. Yan ang naging basis mo.
Yes,
Tama?
Your Honor, during preparation of the price analysis.
What happened to Advanced Solutions and Switch Apple?
The Advanced Solution Incorporation didn't submit their request for quotation, Your Honor. And for Switch Apple, they only cater Apple brands since the tech specs is for Windows only, Your Honor.
Eh bakit mo pinadala ng app si Switch kung alam mo Apple brand siya? Alam mo naman na this PC ang kailangan. Pinadala mo si Switch ng RFQ.
During that time, the planning division didn't know that Switch is a Apple.
But you said they're common suppliers. Nagsusupply na sila ng matagal na. So what did Switch supply before?
Di po ako sure, Your Honor.
Hindi, sabi mo nagsusupply na siya, di ba? So ibig sabihin matagal na nakikipagtransaksyon sa PS-DBM. So ano yung binili ng PS-DBM?
For Switch.
From
Your
Switch.
Honor. I will check it, Your Honor.
Hindi mo alam?
No, Your Honor.
So, common supplier siya, but hindi mo alam anong sinusupply niya.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then now you tell us that exclusive Apple supplier siya. I know the owner of Switch, ha? Diyan rin ako bumibili. Exclusive talaga siya Apple supplier. For many, many years. For decades.
Yes, Your Honor. It was confirmed during...
Correct. So if I am going to do this canvas sheet, hindi ko siya papadala ng RFQ because alam ko hindi siya makakasupply. So ang tanong ko, ba't mo siya pinadalan?
During the sending of RFQs, Your Honor, Switch Apple, Switch is only the company name without an Apple, Your Honor.
But you're telling us that Switch have been supplying PS-DBM for a long time, no? Hence, they are what you call common suppliers. So you should probably know what type of products they are supplying PS-DBM.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, hindi kaya dinagdag mo lang yung Switch para makadami na na-issuehan ng RFQ? Diba? Kasi kung padadalan mo, 2, 3 lang, kulang talaga yon. So you added an entity which is really not compliant, and you know that beforehand, and yet you issued an RFQ just to, quote-unquote, bloat the number. Is that correct? Is that a correct assumption, or pinaiikot mo lang si Senator Gatchalian?
During planning stage, Your Honor, I didn't research well the
Muna, ano ka
Switch.
ba sa planning? Are you the head of planning?
No, Your Honor.
Ano ka sa planning?
Member lang po.
Bakit ikaw ang nag-i-issue lahat ng RFQ? Kasi email mo lahat itong nakalagay dito. Sa pangalan mo, I won't mention your email address, pero sa'yo lahat. Marwan Amil, pspiljeps.gov.ph. So, yun nabanggit ko kanina, thank you for sending the RFQ to Huawei, etc., etc. So, bakit ikaw? Ba't ikaw ang binigyan ng discretion ng planning office?
I was in charge, Your Honor, for the laptop na to send RFQs for price monitoring purposes only, Your Honor.
You said that anong statement mo kanina? Bakit Switch ang pinadalan mo? How come Switch was the one you invited to participate?
To participate in the quotation, Your Honor.
Yeah. Because you didn't know.
Based on the active supplier, Your Honor.
Yeah, but you said active, but you don't know what they are supplying. Active in what?
Active in PhilJeps, Your Honor.
What are they supplying to government?
During quotation, sending of quotation, I just know that they are catering Apple, Your Honor.
Medyo malabo kasi I think I agree with Senator Tolentino na to just to comply with that 6 supplier intention, sino-sino na lang pinadala nyo no? Para lang for compliance. But kung mag-iisip ako ng hindi maganda, talagang sinadya niyo yan para ma-disqualify na siya kaagad.
One basis also, Your Honor, is they also a IT company, Your Honor.
Yeah, but they cannot. There's so many IT companies, but what we're talking about here is supplying PCs, not Apple. That's the, you know very well that we want to buy PCs, not Apple. But yet you sent RFQ to an Apple supplier. I have another question based on this document. I saw in the document, can we flash the document from the Secretariat? Huawei, how come Huawei was not, Huawei is cheap eh? How come it's not, he was not, Huawei was not considered?
Their request for quotation offer with a base speed of 1.6.
And then ito si Colombia. Mas mura rin siya.
1.6 processor, Your Honor.
So they were not considered because they can only supply a lower specified a lower speed in terms of processing speed. Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
My question to you is, how come you still included them in your analysis? Hindi ba, ako kasi in City Hall, I actually created another layer, what I called loosely canvas sheet. So I always require our procurement, when I was a mayor, I always required our procurement agent or officer to give me a canvas sheet. Mas stringent pa nga kayo dahil 6 suppliers. Ako, I mandate them only 3 suppliers. But give me exact the same specifications. So for example, if I want them to buy 3 apples, bigyan mo ako ng 3 apples. Para alam ko yung presyo, hindi 2 apples, isang banana. O isang apple, 2 banana. Ang lumabas dito, you requested 6 suppliers. Isa, Apple ang sinusupply niya, kaya disqualify na siya. Yung isa, I don't know what happened. 4 nilang yung natira. Yung 6, sinulat mo pa, kahit alam mo na below specifications yung kanyang gustong isupply. How come you didn't replace them with other suppliers who can supply at 1.9 gigahertz? Hindi ba common sense you want to compare apple to apples? You eliminated 4 suppliers right away.
This is based on the submitted quotation, Your Honor.
Yeah, I know. But how come you didn't take the initiative? Alam mo naman, 1.6 eh. Ba't hindi mo pinalitan sila? Anyone who can, sa dami ng suppliers sa Pilipinas, no one can supply 1.9 gigahertz?
Yung 6 lang po yung sinendan ko po, Your Honor.
Yeah, ikaw na nga pumili kung sinong papadala ng supplier. Ikaw ang may power para humingi, palitan tong other suppliers. Hindi mo pa ginawa.
Dr. Gatchalian, perhaps during the next hearing, the committee will be requiring you to produce any written authority that gave you that right to determine the number of suppliers who will qualify, as well as to issue the RFQ. Give us that one piece of paper showing that you are really authorized. You were really authorized to do what you have been telling us right now. Because from your answers, it would seem that verbally somebody is behind your back, just telling you what to do, puppet-wise, quote unquote. To such a point that your discretionary power is something that is being exercised by another person. Produce that paper and we will invite you again. I saw direct the committee secretary. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my track here is that discretion actually eliminated competition, Mr. Chair. No? And that discretion led to the increase of the price from 30,000 to 58,000. That discretion also led to 30,000 teachers without any laptops. So ganun po ka-powerful yung discretion ni Engineer Amir na dahil po sa kanyang ginawa, 30,000 teachers ho natin nawalan po ng laptops. At binigay yung 30,000 na nakukuha, mas mababang specifications. That's my point, Mr. Chair. So either from this document alone, it can dictate the whole process of the bidding. It can dictate actually how many teachers, what price, all of that, Mr. Chair. This is the basic document, Mr. Chair. And this basic document that we probably some people took for granted is empowered and gave a lot of discretion to a person like Engineer Amil.
Not only that, Senator, he was able, if acting alone, to change the entire legislative intent of the Bayanihan Law, which was to really provide connectivity to the learners. Dahil sa isang tao, nawala ng access yung ating mga guro na magbigay ng mahigit 30,000, magbigay ng quality education during the lockdown period dahil dun sa ginawa niya. So, yun po yung sinasabi ni Senator Gatchalian.
That's why, Mr. Chair, when I was a mayor, I always required our procurement officer to give me apples to apples comparison, hindi apples to oranges, apples to banana, para malaman natin yung totoong presyo. That's my point, Mr. Chairman. And from the this price analysis, clearly, Mr. Engineer Amir did not take the initiative to revise that 1.6 gigahertz quotation. Sana naman nakita mo naman 1.6, sana naman sinabi mo taasan nyo or magpalit ka na lang ng supplier. So we get the full picture.
Connected lang with the permission of Senator. Ito, maganda itong flash niya. Tingnan niyo to. Si Huawei, ang product niya, Huawei, non-compliant. Si Bowman Technologies, ang product niya, Huawei, compliant. Paano nangyari yun? Si Huawei could not comply. Si Bowman Technologies could comply using Huawei. Well, anyway.
Can you explain that, Engineer? Parehong Huawei. Yung isang Huawei, hindi pwede. Yung isa, pwede.
Yes, Your Honor. That is based on the statement of compliance on their quotation, Your Honor.
Yan nga yung comply na mahirap maintindihan eh.
Sa chairman, ako may point ko. Tinatanong mo na si Huawei eh. Si Huawei, produkto mo, Huawei. Non-compliant. May dealer, iba, produkto niya Huawei, compliant. So, I don't know, Mr. Chairman, ayaw ko kung pagod lang ako, pero malabo, we have the head here of the executive PS-DBM. You have to save your agency, sir, kung ganito. Si Engineer Amil ba ay may supervisor o wala? Yung PMO ba ay may chief or head o wala? Totally delegated ba ang power sa isang tao na bahala na siya? Actually, yung report ninyo, ito na lang, dito si Atty. Santiago, tignan mo itong page. Sa page 2 na lang eh. Yung findings nyo sa Huawei, kinopia ninyo yung left column na-add sa right sa column ng Huawei. That is not the observation. That is an error. Obviously, an error, cut and paste error. And it's part of the price analysis. Ano man nangyari? Well, anyway, I think that's the job of Atty. Santiago talaga to save their agency, Mr. Chairman. Kung walang supervision, patay talaga tayo. At so, pwede ba masagot na yun kung there is supervision or wala? In the structure of PS-DBM?
You can answer that. Siya raw sa planning, sino yung nagsusupervise sa kanya, kung meron, pero from the documents that we have, parang he is acting alone. And we are talking here of 2.4 billion pesos.
Your Honor, Mr. Engineer Amil belongs to the planning division and he has a head. And as mentioned earlier, for purposes of the laptop price monitoring, he was the officer in charge. But there's a head. I think it's Miss Sharon Baile also as the head.
Reviewer is the head. Okay, the reviewer who did not review. Oh.
So we will be inviting Ms. Sharon Baile
A
to
lot
next hearing.
A lot of explaining to do, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
That's what Senator Pimentel pointed out. May nagpumirma ng 4 for Mr. Sharon Baile. No? Miss Sharon Baile. So we have to...
Ikaw ba kaya yon, ano? Engineer Amil, did you sign for on behalf of your boss? Ikaw, pirma mo ba to?
No, Your Honor.
Makita mo yung signature, kilala matandaan mo yung signature, ka-opisina mo? Sino yun?
James Gabilo.
James Gabilo. Who is James Gabilo?
The Deputy Chief of the Planning Division.
So James Gabilo is the deputy of Ms. Sharon Baile.
Yes, Your Honor.
We direct the committee secretary to likewise invite Mr. Gabilo. James Gabilo. Baka pareho na rin to sa SRA na walang authority to sign.
Yes, Your Honor.
Di ba? So directed. Senator Gatchalian, you may proceed.
My last question, Mr. Chair, is again to Engineer Amir. PS-DBM also bought laptops on the same month, May of 2021. And the price, mid-range laptop, this is according to the COA report, is about 45,000 pesos. No? So, I would like to ask Engineer, alam niya ba na bumili ang PS-DBM ng mas murang laptops? Are you the one in charge of buying laptops? First of all,
not Your Honor. I'm in charge on the DepEd laptop only. Yeah.
DepEd laptop. Were you aware that PS-DBM bought laptops on May 2021, which are much cheaper?
Not Your Honor.
So there's no, it's not specified here which department, but there is no, Attorney Santiago, there's no collaboration of some sorts within your department so that you maximize suppliers, you maximize pricing. Meron bang ganyan na activity sa inyo?
Your Honor, I would say offhand there should be one. But I think the laptops that were purchased, the mid-range and the light range, are treated as common supplies. But the one purchased for DepEd is a non-common use because of a different specification.
So, Senator, Your Honor, I think what Senator Gatchalian is driving at is internally within the confines of your office, and it will not be that big. If you have new supplies, new deliveries, it will come in boxes. It will invite attention of the office workers, especially if it will be used. How come Engineer Amil, being an IT person there, was not able to notice the arrival and utilization of those newly purchased laptops?
Your Honor, I think the date referred to as May of 2021, that referred to, I think, the launch or the posting of the invitation to bid. But the actual award for those light and mid-range laptop, I believe it was sometime August of 2021. And this project was awarded in June 30 of 2021, Your Honor.
It's not yet there, contrary to his prior claim that he's been in the office for the last 3 years.
No, what I mean, Your Honor, is that the common use supply laptops, the mid-range and the lightweight, was awarded in August of 2021. So that in June 30, wala pa hong knowledge or information of that award.
Attorney Santiago, I think the whole point of the whole rationale why we have PS-DBM is to help government save through efficiency. Efficiency, collaboration, coordination, putting all of that in one office. Correct? If this is actually, if this bidding was conducted by different departments, DepEd, DOTR, maintindihan ko iba-iba yung presyo. But if everything is under one roof, I don't understand how come one is buying at 58,000, one is buying at 45,000. In fact, in the same report, June 16, 2020, which is a year before, for a 3.9 gigahertz, PS-DBM bought it at 32,000. So, nawala yung rationale why we are giving the power of procurement to PS-DBM. Well, in fact, within your office, hindi nyo alam kung ano ang ginagawa nyo at magkano ang binibili nyo. Dahil iba yung terminology nito, iba yung nomenclature nito. It doesn't make sense eh.
That's a matter that we really have to examine, Your Honor, because indeed there should be that sort of comparative analysis of what we have and what we sell out to the to our government clients. So I agree with you, Your Honor, on that observation.
Well, Mr. Chair, those are the things that I have for the pre-bid portion of this hearing. Hopefully, the new OIC will take this constructively. I've worked with Attorney Santiago in some bills, Mr. Chair, and I know that he's very competent. I shared a lot of his knowledge in crafting our bills. Attorney, hopefully we can eliminate all of these loopholes, discretion, as well as no collaboration or no coordination between offices. Because the chain of thought that I have is if this is happening under one roof, then there's no special significance for the existence of PS-DBM. No? So hopefully after this hearing, we will have some form of conclusion on the fate of this type of concept. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Senator Gatchalian. Senator Cayetano.
Yes, Mr. Chair, hindi po question, request lang. So dito po sa document na
Related to...
the pre-bid,
Yes.
sa declaration of bid as responsive and recommending award of contract. Later on, it's just a request, Mr. Chair, na lahat ng nakapirma dito,
We're going to phase 2.
yes. Ang request ko lang po, lahat ng nakapirma dito to be invited next time because even Director Abanil is actually here. Eh. So, it is more than just his signature. He was part of the whole process. No? And this resolution, while it refers to the award, it starts from the pre-bid. So, no questions, just a request na yung mga nakapirma dito be invited to the next hearing.
Comsec, please take note of the request of Senator Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We
Yes, Your
invite the
Honor.
other signatories to the... Is that the notice to proceed or the award itself?
The declaration of bid as responsive and recommending award of contract resolution SBAC 2021-0625. I'll show Director General Kimbo the document.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
So, are there other matters that we still have Senator Go? Senator Go indicated his intention to make a manifestation, and then I see the hand of Senator Hontiveros being raised. But before that, we would like to thank Secretary Briones. Again, I reiterate, I know the treasurer undergoing, that's why we asked the Senate physician to have you checked, and I was informed that you just took your lunch. Medyo late na po yung lunch ninyo, ma'am. And we as chair of this committee, I think I can dispense with your presence right now. We
Mr.
thank
Chair.
you for your attendance, although you're not required to stay for the entire length of the hearing proceedings. So, ma'am, dagang salamat po. You can leave, ma'am. Unless you have one more statement to
Mr.
say.
Chairman, one item lang kay
Yes.
Secretary. Madam Secretary,
Go ahead, Senator.
I realize as a former secretary myself that afterwards, in hindsight, marami kayong nakikita na reform na pwede. So please feel anytime to any member of the Senate individually or the committee in general to give your insights and recommendation because it will be most valuable to us. Sorry to interrupt and thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ma'am, you have something to say before you...
I would like to express my gratitude and my appreciation to the Blue Ribbon Committee for giving us this opportunity also to share information and insights on this very sensitive issue. So thank you very much for your consideration. I will stay as long as I can because I'm very interested in the kinds of questions which are emerging and also the need for more information on the part of the Blue Ribbon Committee as well as for the public. So I'll stay as long as I can and listen because I'm here not only to speak but also to listen to the members of the committee, many of whom I have worked with very closely in the past. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for your consideration of my situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We have Senator Go as next in line. Senator Go, are you around? Last call for Senator Christopher Bongo. If not, we can have the 5 minutes of the distinguished lady from Panay, Senator Ontiveros, who's been waiting patiently for the last several hours. Senator Ontiveros, you have the floor.
Salamat, Mr.
You're
Chair.
wearing blue, so that's you're part of the blue ribbon.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my remaining question for about the pre-bidding stage ay para po kay dating PS-DBM Executive Director Jason Mer Uwayan. Dumating na po ba siya, Mr. Chair, sa hearing?
I was informed that he's not yet around, but we will invite him again
Yes,
for the
please,
second
Mr.
hearing.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. So I will ask him a pre-bidding question then, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. So, is Senator Pimentel going to ask another question? No more? Senator Cayetano? We're still in the pre-bid stage. So, is Senator Gatchalian inclined to ask another question? So, I think this committee has progressed from a blind participant, observer of the turn of events coming from the DepEd family to an active participant with enough knowledge, substantial knowledge to go forward. And as I have expressed hours ago, we do it in stages. The second stage for the second committee hearing would now involve the bid and award. And that would involve the presence, require the presence of the joint venture members, as well as the other bidders who were not qualified. And I think they're here. But we ask for some apologies because we cannot, some members of the committee are already tired for several hearings left and right. So during the second committee hearing, which the committee will decide, but we have to dispose of the request of former USEC Christopher Lau as to the status of his whole departure order. We will inform you when the committee hearing is, bearing in mind that we also have several budget hearings forthcoming, and rest assured that we will stick with the roadmap. What happened during the bidding process, what happened during the award process, and the other personalities that the chair requested the secretariat to invite should be around. So,
Mr. Chair?
if there, yes,
Mr. Chair.
others. We hear a voice.
Attorney Lau, Mr. Chair, regarding my letter.
Yes, I think you heard my comment that the committee, the chair, cannot take unilateral action on your request,
Yes, Mr.
but
Chair.
we have forwarded the same through a referendum to all the members of the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee to decide. So your fate is
Chair.
in their hands, not
Mr. Chair.
mine alone. Yes, yes.
Mr. Chair, the letter that I sent to the Congress or to Senate is limited to the clarification of the citing in contempt. That's the purpose of the letter, whether or not the
Yes.
not the whole departure order.
The response would be a collegial response. Likewise, it will not just come from me alone, but taking into consideration the expiration of the 18th Congress, as well as the notion of a continuing Senate, as well as the ruling of the Balag versus Senate, we will respond accordingly, collegially. Perhaps next week, if my colleagues will be able to respond to the referendum call which we put forward earlier today. Yeah, Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Isang pahabol lang na question, Mr. Chair. Whose decision was it to include the bags in one package sa bidding? Was it DepEd or was it DBM-PS?
Your Honor, it was DepEd's decision.
DepEd's decision?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So may request kayo na yung bag kasama?
It was part of our technical specifications
Yes,
provided.
yes. I agree with the technical specification. I agree with the reason why you want the teachers to be convenient na may bag. But ang tanong ko, specifically ba hiningi nyo sa DBMPS na i-bid to with the computers or separate or hindi?
Your Honor, dun sa technical specifications namin, kasama yung bag.
Yes. And you do understand that by doing that, you limited the suppliers na sasama.
That's a possibility, Your Honor.
No, it's not a possibility, it's a fact. If you look at the computer suppliers, hindi lahat gumagawa ng bag. That is one of the oldest trick of the in the book. So sinong bagman? Sinong yung nag-recommend na yung bag dapat kasama?
Your Honor, in all our projects with regards to computers, lagi may kasamang bag.
Okay, so anyway, Attorney Santiago, Senator Gatchalian speaks very highly with you, of you and to our other agencies. Please take that into consideration. Maraming nagmamanufacture ng IT equipment na hindi sila ang nagmamanufacture nung case, bag, protective gear, etc. So kapag ganyan ang bidding natin, mapupunta talaga sa joint venture at mapupunta talaga sa suppliers na hindi yung manufacturers na sana mas mura at mas mabibili. Di ba? So thank you very much for this pahabol question.
I associate myself with that manifestation. In fact, the only item out in the market with a case or a bag are cameras. So the laptops or the tablets, they do not come out with a bag. I'm not so sure Senator Gatchalian can attest to this, former LGU official likewise. So yung bag talaga hindi kasama. Matanong ko lang huli, Engineer Amil, wala katapusan to. Nung nag-issue ka ng RFQ, nakalagay ba doon yung may bag?
Yes, Your Honor. Kasama po yung text specs sa request for quotation form.
Yung bag, tapos nakatatak na doon sa bag, DepEd, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so to the same gentleman, no? So, hindi ka nagtaka kung bakit yung malalaking supplier ng computer, sinabi nila hindi sila sasali? Kasi hindi naman sila gumagawa ng bag eh. Hinihingan natin sila ng bag.
Yung statement of compliance lang yung basis ko.
Kaya nga, but di ba, yung logic naman, di ba? Ano ba tinuturo natin sa DepEd? Di ba? Common sense. So common sense, kung mag-i-email ako sa bawat manufacturer ng computer na ang package namin may bag, hindi naman sila gumagawa ng bag, bakit naman sila sasali?
Specific po kasi yung email na sinesendan ko, Your Honor.
Yes, specifically non-commonsensical. Di ba? So, kung ako supplier ng donut at i-email mo ko na, sir, eto ibibid namin donut at soft drinks, sasagutin ba kita ng kaya kong magbid? O sasabihin ko, I cannot comply?
Yes, Your Honor.
Di ba? So common sense naman yun. So yun nga ang point ko. Paano nyo sasabihin sa committee na to na hindi kami maghinala na meron sindikato dito na nag-aayos niyan kung sa ABC pa lang at saka doon pa lang sa pre-bid at sa package, halata ng naka-pattern to na ma-minimize kung sino mga pwedeng sumali dito. I'm not saying you did it. Let me end this way, Mr. Chair, no? I tell my staff, if it's no one's fault, it's all of our fault. Diba? Hindi pwedeng walang may responsibilidad dito. I think that's the reason why Ma'am Liling is insisting to stay even if, you know, she hasn't eaten and her blood sugar. Because she knows it's not her fault. But she's taking command responsibility if this happens. No? Ganon din kami sa Senate. Just because nangyari sa executive yan, hindi ibig sabihin na wala kami sa legislative. May pagkukulang din siguro kami. Pero hindi na namin pwedeng ituro yung common sense, di ba? So baka, Director Santiago, kung we will be more than happy, kasi in aid of legislation to eh. So hindi sa pinangunahan ko si Chairman, but nakita niyo naman kung paano mag-aral si Chairman, you can submit your recommendations, how we can, amend the law kung kailangan, or write you kung sa IRR, para nga maiwasan yung pinapalusot kung paano nga gagawin yon para malimit kung sino lang ang pwedeng even sa specifications eh. More or less, alam mo naman kung ano dyan sa laptop eh. Minsan palitan mo lang ng size ng screen. Kita nyo yung Apple, papalit-palit yung kanilang size ng screen. Diba? So okay, pag sinabi mong minimum 15 inch o minimum 13, di ba Mr. Chairman? Kasi may 14, may 15, may ano. Pero halimbawa, sabihin mong 13-inch screen at isa lang naman pala ang gumagawa ng 13-inch screen. Eh di napaka-obvious naman na meron na tayong pinapaboran sa puntong yon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. I think we have done a lot today. Again, apologies to those resource persons not called, but definitely you will be required to attend during the next hearing, and we will, during that stage of the bid and award, you will be asked to clarify. Is there a motion to suspend?
Mr. Chair, I move to suspend.